Give me a moment. How about now? You should see it now. I've not done anything differently, but let me know, please. You guys can see me on YouTube now. Okay, thanks, Casa. Okay, what else is happening? So NFTG, huge move at the very beginning. It has pulled back some, I'm sure. Can't even see it here now. Oh, it must be under $1. Yeah, that's what's happened. Yeah. So because my cutoff here is $1 in my pre-market active. So yeah, so it big pop up to 150. Now it's under $1. Have to watch it later on to see if it reclaims $1. Some kind of this is a deal with, well, not a deal with Apple, but it's in the Apple Store and Google Play. I don't know what this Space Striker AI is, but it must be some kind of maybe a game of some sort. That is NFTG. AMC, well, AMC had good earnings, I guess. Reaction so far is pretty positive. Had earnings after hours. I'm sorry, looks like, again, I don't understand here. We've got August 8th post market, so I don't know if they actually released one day earlier. Just give me a moment, please. Anyway, there's AMC, guys. Now, a pretty big level. They just took out the 200-day moving average. And the next line looking left is 547. Of course, way up here at 623. So, for you AMC players, a pretty important level that it's at right now. Silo. A lot of these have popped up and probably, yeah, look at another one that's done the same thing. Big move up, big drop. Positive milestone with nasal formulation, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So that's Silo, SILO. Low float, 2.5 million in the float. Look at Eli Lilly. What a move for Eli Lilly, LLY. Earnings play for LLY. Almost $500 now, all-time high. Well, there you go. PJ, here's one. It's pretty expensive, but it is an all-time high for Lilly, LLY. Their diabetes drug powers up beat results. Remember, we were talking about Beyond Meat yesterday. Beyond Meat was in a decline, and so they've come up with their earnings today and a further decline. So BYND through the 200-day moving average. BYND, big gap down, 16%. And now my next on my list, no special order of my list, just what I see at the top here sometimes, and this list fluctuates, but here's the BURU announces some kind of a contract with NASA to demonstrate the feasibility of power beaming in space. Okay, so there's BURU, another low float, 7 million in the float. Look at the volume already, 19.5 million. THGG is an earnings play. Now, NASA, I think, said something about it's also turning into an AI play. Morgan Stanley, I wish they'd had a bigger price target. Morgan Stanley maintains coverage with equal weight and a target of 13. So it's basically there. I wish that it said like something like 20. But yeah, Piper Sandler is also in this one. Same target of 13. Okay. HIMS. HIMS is an earnings play. Big gap up, 15%. Pretty big float. HIMS is an earnings play. I know somebody asked me about this yesterday. This didn't look very good. I mean, I'd be inclined to fade this, especially coming into this area right here around 920. I mean, this has been, a stock that's just been beaten up over months and months and months. So yeah, they've got one positive earnings release. Maybe they're guiding well too. I don't know. I can't read it all, but let's take a look at what Credit Suisse says. $14 price target. Piper Sandler. Piper Sandler also has a $10 target. So now we get to the IFF, which I do apologize. This is not an all-time low. I can scream and yell at our provider. Anyway, though, it's not an all-time low, but man, what a gap down, 22%. Contrast that with Elf. Now, I know it's not quite the same, but this is, international flavors and fragrances. I know it's not exactly the same, but I would call it the same sector. Beauty. And Elf just screaming higher last week on earnings, almost an all-time high now. It was then. Drug, DRUG, DRUG. What did somebody announce data for BMB 101? Okay, so whatever that is, it's up 68%, low float, 2.6 million in the float. Getting rid of all of this. Yeah, Bitcoin is having a bit of a surge today. So two usual suspects in Ride and Mara. Ride and Mara are moving higher. WW moving higher right now. And I had earnings last week, I believe. Yeah, last week. Reaction wasn't great. And we're in for a yeah, pretty severe open, guys. SPY is down quite a bit. And they did the reverse split on the 14th. So not quite, but 3 weeks ago for drug. D-Dog, another earnings play. And there are a lot of earnings plays I haven't got, you guys. Again, if you want to see all the earnings plays, I'll get to that in a minute. Well, look at this one. I mean, that's a huge drop for D-Dog. Earnings play, 20%, big float, coming into the 200-day moving average, that blue line on my chart. And we have LI. LI is an earnings play, China EV player, of course. Big gap down for it. Now take a look at KWEB. The China market is weak today, not just LI. China overall market is weak. Some data came out, and so the overall China market is now weakening again. So let's take a look at some of the other earnings plays. So if you have my pre-market actors up and down, all you have to do is just double left click on the earnings date column. And anytime you see a 0.25 or minus 0.25, that would be an earnings play. There's Novavax as an example. Somebody mentioned NVAX. And you see how I have it organized because I've got the position in lifetime range as a column. So when I look at Lilly, I know it's an earnings play, and I also know it's an all-time high, basically. So anyway, guys, there are a lot. New York Times is a earnings play also. NYT, nice gap up for it. And on the flip side, the ones moving down on earnings, again, just double left click rapidly on the earnings date column. And there are a lot of earnings plays today, guys. There's the D Dog. Just checking some of the more expensive ones. Here's SATS, A. So they're merging. Dish and SATS are merging. Okay. Here's the Beyond Meat. MRVI is an earnings play. MRVI, big gap down for it through 10. MRVI, lifetime low. Hey, wait a minute. Lifetime low, guys, for MRVI. So it has to be watched, in my opinion, anyway. MRVI, lifetime low. At least we have it as a lifetime low. And I'm going, here's our monthly chart. So our monthly chart only goes back. This must be a fairly new, maybe it's an IPO back here. Let me get back to a weekly chart. RNG is an earnings play also through the 200-day moving average. And TDW is an earnings play, not very much volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Now, this is a big support area, 57.77 or so, big support area. So if it broke down through that support area, the next low looking left is around 55 for TDW. And okay, so yesterday I couldn't get to these, so today I'm going to take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Let's just see if there's anything interesting. Tony, no, I've never tried that really, but I'm assuming, within your brokerage platform, there's something called good to cancel, GTC, and IB there is. I'm assuming that would do it, but don't take my word for it, but there is a designation when when you place an order, and it's called good to cancel, GTC. But again, I would check with your broker, okay? But I am assuming that's how that would work. Let's take a look at AXSM, see what the price is, and we'll explain why. AXSM. Okay, so this is upgraded by Bank of America from 59 to 81, so it's still about $10 underneath. So there's a big upgrade from Bank of America for AXSM. Big one for DraftKings. Take a look at DraftKings. AMC moving here, guys. So yeah, pretty big upgrade from Truist for DraftKings from 31 to 44. Even Goldman's getting into the act. Goldman on pay. They've upgraded it from 9 to 12. Let's see what it is now. Yeah, so it's already there. NVCR has an upgrade from Piper Sandler with a price target of 45. Let's see where it is. Wow, so that is way underneath. So Piper Sandler is getting, I don't know why, but because look at the last few days. This was earnings, guys. So that was earnings, NVCR. And since earnings, it has fallen, but For whatever reason, Piper Sandler has got a $45 price target on them. Let's take a look at QTRX. So they got a 30 by SVB. All right, now take a look at some of the downgrades. Wow, way more downgrades than upgrades today, guys. All right, let's take a look at some of these downgrades. Okay, I see AYX has been downgraded by a couple. Let's take a look at what the price is because they've been downgraded to $30. That's already there. Too bad. Getting some of these in. I just want to see if there's anything really, really interesting. Problem is when I'm seeing these price targets, and I type in, I take a look at them, most of them are already there. Sage, Sage has been downgraded again by four different firms. Let's see what the price is for Sage is right now. Problem is, yeah, I mean, yeah, the price targets are 22. Sage from Needham, Goldman, Canaccord. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, with the market, there was a bit of a disconnect yesterday. So the Dow was up huge, Nas was up, but there was a big disconnect yesterday with the Dow being up so much, Nas being up just a little. I want to take a look at XLF again, or XLE, the energy, see where it is with respect to the 200-day moving average. Still above it. Now, the one that was in jeopardy yesterday was healthcare, XLV, but my guess is that it certainly moved away. Most of the healthcare stocks are probably part of the Dow. Yeah, so see how XLV was moving into that 200-day moving average. That was Friday's action right there. But that green candle right there, Monday, yesterday. This one's getting hit. I'm hearing it. HTGC is getting hit. Hercules. It must be that's an earnings play, 6.5 million shares. I don't know what the price is. So this is an earnings play. Sorry. Financing. Very sorry. This is a financing that Hercules is doing. I just don't see the price. It's upsizing its public offering to 6.5 million shares. So Tilray is really trying to transform themselves into a maybe a beer company because that was the reason for the pop. I mean, they had earnings a few days ago, and the reason for the pop was not because of cannabis sales, but because of beer or wine or something, alcohol. I'll just call it alcohol. And so so there you go. Tilray Clemson deal to buy beer and beverage brands from Anheuser-Busch. All right. Oops. Give me a moment. So I did see Ons, Cav. I did see Ons. Ons is probably still. Let me get into the change from the close. Yeah, Ons is here. I did see it. ONDS. I know they had some news. Strategic alliance with Saudi excellence to establish local drone infrastructure throughout the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I did see it. Was through the 200-day moving average. I think what happened is I saw it, and here's where I saw it the second time. So it had the big pop up, and then I saw the big pullback. So I thought, no. Anyway, ONDS 42 million in the float. The next high looking left is $2 approximately. Hopefully my sound noise canceling is working. You did not hear my computer about to take off. Are pre-market orders filled only after the market opens? No, Tony. Yeah, you better. Yeah, Tony. No, the thing about a pre-market order, you have to go in at with a limit order. You can't go in as a market order. You have to go in limit order. You know, so but pre-market orders are definitely filled before the market assuming you have the permission with your broker. Sounds like you're pretty new though, so I mean, I would maybe shy away from pre-market orders. But that would be extremely dangerous to do, okay, Tony? So I mean, technically that's William is 100% correct, but that would be very dangerous to do. Okay, because think what could happen. You could have a huge spread on a stock. You'll get filled at the ask, and the spread could be like $2. I'll just make something up. So that would be extremely dangerous to do. But if you want to buy something in the pre-market, you have to go limit order. I didn't really see Palantir. Palantir is of an earnings play. No, it's got to be here somewhere, but the reason I didn't see it, it's yeah, it hasn't moved enough. It has not moved enough for me to see it yet. So Lee is just on earnings guys. Lee is giving up. So this is also being helped. And there's FUTU. So just keep an eye. If you're going to play any China stock today, I would have KWeb thumbnail so you can take a look at what's happening with the overall China market. But the overall China market, not good. Warning signs flash for China's economy and deflationary pressure. Hey, morning, real. DHGG guys on the move now. Earnings play. Big gap. Look at this gap now, guys. 1775 is the next high on the weekly chart. So it's an earnings play. Morgan Stanley raises price target to 14. You know what? That is a new one now because before it was 12. Now they've just pumped out something where it was 13 before. Now it's 14. Yeah, Tony, and just a lot of stocks are not that liquid in the pre-market. I mean, we're getting a lot more now. So if you just went in at market, you could get killed, in the pre-market because of the spread. The difference between the bid and the ask. They'll fill you at the ask, and it could be like a horrible fill. So that's why they want to protect you. You have to go in some kind of a limit price that you're willing to pay. All right, guys, market is going to open in about 15 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to get rid of this. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. We'll let things settle down a bit. And we're open. Here's one I didn't mention, Cardiff, CRDF. No, there's Beyond, guys, BYND. Now, these are showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. A little early for me to take it. Now, big level for Beyond, BYND. Look at the daily chart. Looks like there's a lot of action right around 12. Drug on the move. Drug on the move. Of course, not a pre-market high. Pre-market high was way up here around 780. Buru is starting to drift down now. BURU. It looks like it's trying to get into the VWAP. BURU. Now IFF had a pop, guys. IFF had a pop. Again, but again, this is all very early. I think Mankind is an earnings play. MNKD. I believe it's an earnings play. Yes, it's a big float. Quarter of a billion in the float. Nice reaction so far for that one. The next high looking left is around 575. or Mankind, MNKD. Okay, so Buru was halted. Okay, you're right. On the way up, it was fading pretty badly, actually. High was 250, got all the way down to 182, 181. Now it's popped up. And again, something to do with NASA. This is the news that Buru announces contract with NASA for next generation blue laser space technology. All right, Silo on the move again. I think it's right at the 200-day moving average still. 259, 289 is the VWAP. This is a low float, 2.5 million in the float. And then did have some news. Positive milestone reached with nasal formulation of their drug, I guess. All right, let's take a look at the market. So the Dow is down quite a bit. Nas is down, so everything is down so far. LLY is losing its mind, as in moving higher. Wow, no kidding. All-time high. Did you take it? I guess we try to wait for it to. It's way outside the price range I like, but man, oh man, that's a big, big move. 846 million in the float. It'd be up 12.5%. Its earnings and Spark, I guess, with their diabetes drug. Novavax guys, NVAX, earnings play. Again, another one. Big, big, big pop in the pre-market up to 10. Now there's this is what I said, I said my advice would be to fade this one, HIMS, but it's already fading a lot, HIMS, just because of what was happening, previously to their earnings release today. I mean, it was just getting beaten up. Also coming into what I considered some resistance around that 925 mark. And that's kind of what happened, but just too early for me. That's right. That is Ozempic, isn't it, Lily? All right, guys. So this is trying to have a comeback here today. CERE, trying to have a bit of a comeback. 4 terrible days. Bit of a comeback. The next high looking left is around 23.67, so about $1 away. That is for CERE. Trying to have a comeback. X marks a spot, guys. Look at X. X is taking a on the chin here. The next low looking left is 23 or so. So maybe that'll hold it. SEER keeps moving higher here, guys. CERE. I'll never check. Chegg was just screaming higher at the very beginning. What did it get up to? 1331. There's a big drop, guys. I mean, those are big percentage moves down. That's exactly the reason I don't like to trade and chase in the first 15 minutes. Obviously, I run the risk of things just keeping moving higher and higher or lower and lower, but just seen it too many times. This is an earnings play too, guys. This has been a sort of an active one in the past, this MPW. Recall these weeks? Yeah, these 3 weeks, 4 weeks just got absolutely clobbered from 12, 13 down to 7. I recall seeing this over and over again these 4 weeks for MPW. So it's an earnings play, and maybe nine will hold it. So maybe look for a bounce off nine for MPW. It is a big float, 588 million in the float. Hey, so Brew really didn't do anything when it came out of the halt. Not much anyway. Got halted at 206. It's still basically there. I'm gonna stick an alert at 214 for this one. See if it takes that out. Oh, it's halted still. I'm sorry. It is halted again. Now this TWX is this it's not an IPO. Man, is this ever getting killed? Didn't see this one really in the pre-market. This is an all-time low now. TWX, sorry, TWKS. We have it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a little behind here. So did get halted. Now it's resumed. Boy, it's an all-time low underneath 5. What a great level to be under. I'm really going to watch this one, guys. A lot of shorts available, 816,000 excuse me, at Interactive Brokers. AD. All right, so KD's an earnings play, and the next high looking left for KD is 16. So it has some room. It's on the weekly chart. KD has some room on the weekly chart. KD is an earnings play. Showing up here in my option scanner. Again, just a little early for me to take these. I'm just waiting for about the 9:45 mark. Then I'll take a hard look at some of these. I did see GUR in the pre-market. G triple R did see it in the pre-market. We've been through this before though. They hired a global economics group for due diligence in advancing the battle against illegal shorting. Okay, I haven't seen that sort of a press release for a while. These company banded together to combat illegal shorting. Big turnaround, guys, for this CHGG. Look at the turnaround. 1330 all the way down to 1160. Paramount is in an earnings play. Of course, all these streaming services are just getting, yeah, so Paramount's an earnings play. Can't, I mean, I don't know where these guys are going. All these services, other than really Netflix, that has a lot of international content. But with the writer strike, actor strike, a lot of content has been put on hold, of course. Well, again, if I weren't, if you're a little less conservative than I am, you had an alert in the option scanner for HIMS at 980, sorry, 886. And it's now 825. So that's a nice move down. So what I'm talking about, this is the don't repeat version of this scan right there. This tells you the first time you get the alert, the time and the price, and you can kind of click on it and see, well, what happened from there. Now, TDS 1484, TDS. Now, this could be interesting. I wouldn't do anything with it unless it took out 1520. Boy, this takes out 1520, guys, on the TDS. Then you look left on the weekly chart, 1725 is the next high. It was an earnings play in the fourth. Big, solid reaction. Little pullback yesterday. I'm going to stick an alert at 1518 and see if it takes it out later. All right, 945. Now let's take a look. MPW sitting at 9. If this takes out 9 in any way, I mean the next low is 862. Well, I just tried to test short for the MPW, but it's down 11%, so I did not get an instant fill. So I'm yanking my bid or my order. We'll try it one more time. No, holding those orders right at the bid. Bid's not changing. I in for 20, 25 seconds, not getting a fill. Lots of shares available, 11 million. That's not the issue. It's down more than 10%. So I'm getting nailed by that uptick rule. Shoot. There's MPW continuing down, guys. Frustrating. Trying to get it at 995, 994, 992. Oh well. Look at Chug CHGG just absolutely giving it up. Boy, a lot of promise for this CHGG at the beginning, but big sell off. 13.30 down to 11.17 now. Big sell off. Big sell off for BURU. So none of these. Well, this is, I wouldn't call this the high flyer. I mean, this actually had some news. It was an earnings play. High flyer, of course, but some of the crazy high flyers like the BURU pre market not performing at all. 251 gets all the way down to 157. Big percentage drops. Payo is an earnings play. Let's see. Through the 200-day moving average, looking left, the next high, it basically got there. The next high basically got there, 572. It's a high. I think this is 575 over here. Yeah. So it got there and then stopped. So this might become a fade candidate. Man, look at, oh, I'll tell you, the uptick rule hasn't really nailed me that much in the last little while, but definitely got me today. Again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, if a stock is down more than 10% and you want to short it, assuming you have shorts available, and that was not the issue, tons of shorts available, 11 million. If you go in at the bid, which is typically what you're going to do when you want to short something, and you don't get an instant fill, what has to happen? Have to have some action at the ask, then it goes back to the bid, and but you could be in a big queue of others wanting to get at that price, and when it's down 10%, that's what can happen. Man, that was an awesome one, percentage wise. Let's see if this holds it. I mean, 864 is the next low looking left for him. So if you were able to get this one, MPW, all right, RNG is an earnings play through the 200-day moving average, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. This is at 33. The next low looking left is 32.59. So a little bit of room until that low, 50 cents away. This is not going to surprise me if this goes negative. I mean, this is CHG. There's a TDS now, guys. Big level, I believe. Not quite, though. Needs to get to 1519, which is the high of yesterday. It takes that out, then it's got a shot into this 1729 level. Well, when I say that, just look left. I don't mean it's going to get there. I'm just saying that is the next high looking left. So definitely TDS. So Dow, big day up yesterday, big day down today. So this is a cinema, right? NCMI, National Cinemedia. Yeah. So maybe just sympathy play with AMC. Next high looking left. To me, it's a little too close. 366 from 348, a little too close. Speaking of AMC, what is AMC doing right now? I guess it's fading. Oh, yep. What a fade. Look at that. 552 down to 5. Wow. I mean, it's gone negative. Novavax, guys, on the move here. Earnings play on the move. Market high, pre-market high. Well, not pre-market high, but 920, and then way up here at $10. So NVAX on the move. Lots of volume. 17 times normal. All right, KD guys, KD. First alert was at 1539, so it hasn't moved very much. Well, 1550 now, and it's got a little bit of room, as I say, to 16 on the weekly chart. As I said, I should say. Carvana, CVNA, CVNA is giving up, trying to give up 43. Very choppy though. Topping tail. Look at this big, huge topping tail here. That may be. I don't want to call it a misprint, but look at the SPY doing the same thing. So you guys, I'm just looking at some of the ones that were up big yesterday or down big today. So this was up big yesterday. It looked like it was, but oh, of course it was. Yes, VTGN not available for me to short VTGN. It was up big yesterday, but of course a big red candle because it closed way below the open. So this has surprised me. MRVI is an earnings play. At this point, it was an all-time low, but it has had a tremendous bounce in the face of this market. MRVI. This definitely surprised me. I was looking to short this one. But let's see how close it gets to 11 because I mean, again, my bias is definitely short. I mean, it's still down for the day. 11 is approximately where it closed yesterday, and that is MRVI. Yeah, too bad. This MCRB is having a comeback after yesterday, but unfortunately, the next high is very close, and even after that, not it's not that. All I'm looking for, guys, when I'm looking left, I want to see a lot more room for a stock to run until it, excuse me, hits the next high or low, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. And so when I see something like this, MCRB, I just look left and I just see highs that are fairly close to the current price. So I just have to take a pass. It's sort of an interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Doc Go. Yeah, okay. Ambulatory services. Okay. DCGO. DCGO was an earnings play. I'm sure I've never seen this one before. Big gap up on earnings. You've got a spread issue, 1058, 1070. Look at him. It's just absolutely cratering now. It's going to go negative, guys. And this is my number one focus, should have been anyway. I said in the pre-market, my bias was certainly to short this. It got down below 9. Ring, guys, RNG from the 10-day daily breakdown. Trades does trade options, but interesting. The option volume is not it's not trading abnormally yet. There's a great look at the difference here. Relative volume is 15, okay, which is meaning it's trading 15 times normal up to this time of day, 10 o'clock. Looking over the last 10 days at 10 o'clock, it's 15 times that volume. But look at the option volume, not that much. 76%, which means it's trading only three quarters of what it averaged over the last 10 years, 10 days. Okay, guys, AHCO from the AI is a really interesting one. Longer it holds over 15. The next high looking left on the weekly is around 16. Okay, guys, I have to look at this AHCO. I don't have to, but I want to. The longer it holds 15, we get to a 1520, 1521 bid ask. I'll probably take it. Not a recommendation for you to do the same thing. Just waiting on this, guys. 1517, 1519 bid ask. Just watching it, guys. It's watching the AHCO. You know how well it holds over 15. See if it gets back into the 1520s. This is probably not shortable for many of you. VTGN certainly was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, guys, if you took the ring RNG, it is getting right into that potential support area of 3250. All right, guys, AHCO in. Let's see what happens here. I know Real screaming at me. It's way above the channel. I know. Course, with this market doing what it's doing, I'm not going to hang around too long probably, but I just want to see if I can get into the maybe the high 30s AHCO. AHCO real. AHCO. Earnings play showing up here, showing up on RAI. Forget about BURU, guys. Looks like that is done. Okay, see on mine it is. It's above it on my 5 minute, or sorry, 15 minute for AHCO. Way above it. Because it all depends on what data you're using. Look at VTGN. Oh, brother. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Give me a little move into the mid 30s and I'll probably take some off for the so this rebounded, guys. AYX is actually rebounded. Rebounded as in this showed up on my 10-day daily breakout or breakdown right at 9:30. Way too early, of course, for me. 29.83. What did it get to? Got down to a little bit below, but now it is rebounding. So again, this is one of the typically when you see look at hymns. Oh, somebody took the hymn short when I was talking about it in the pre-market and paid attention to it like I should have. But most of the time, again, light blue means the potential long, brown means potential short. Okay. Typically, when it's a potential long, the stock is also up for the day. But look at AYX, still down 18%. So this is like a bounce play. Okay. People are always looking for perhaps bounce plays. Well, this is an idea of something that is bouncing off the lows based on option activity. And conversely, this is perfect. Hymns still, it just went negative. Remember, it was very, very positive at the beginning. So all the time Hymns was being alerted, It was still positive, 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 positive. Now it's negative. So there's an example of, playing a huge fade, and whereas AYX is a nice bounce. AHCO is on my 10-day. Whoops. Oh, okay, guys. TDS, very interesting now. AHCO is on my 10-day daily breakout. Um, doesn't really trade options, only 55 contracts today. So it's on the 10-day daily breakout, and it was in our AI right there. Okay. And of course, in the momentum up. So it's not it's not, I mean, it does trade options, but not many. Okay, guys, TDS, super interesting now. The next high looking left is, I guess, actually on the daily chart is, what is it? 1564. So a little bit of room on the daily, more room on the weekly for TDS. You have to be a premium subscriber, Jose. If you're a premium subscriber, then you can have it. But okay, well, click on new from our toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar. I mean, you should know this. The main reason for being a premium subscriber is to have this. So, and I'm not dumping on you. Okay, I'm just saying from now on. So you click on new, and then click on premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, and when you do that, this is the window that will pop up. You just wait for the alerts to happen, and then you can incorporate that window as part of your layout. So tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, assuming you load it before the market opens, that window will be blank. There'll be no alerts. The earliest alert you'll get will be 9:35. That's the earliest alert. But that's the reason. I mean, most people, when they take our premium service, that's because they want to have access to the AI. Okay. So again, from our toolbar, click on new, and then premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. There are three of them. Forget the other two. Trades window. And this is what it'll look like. You can have different column headers, of course, and just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, of course, up to you. I use it like a watch list. Well, doggone. Him's the short of the day for sure. Absolutely the short of the day. I have to rewind myself. That my bias was to short this. Well, just on a percentage basis, I guess they Hims because it's dropped from nine something down to 750. Yeah, CHGG, also awesome. Well, AXGN getting hammered too, guys. This is not quite a lifetime low. This is an earnings play. AXGN getting hammered. Didn't see this in the pre-market because it really didn't trade in the pre-market. There's a little bit of action at 9:15, but not really a lot of action. And even after hours yesterday, you can just sort of see that little slender mauve area on my 15-minute chart. That is after hours. Really didn't do anything after hours. A lot of relative volume, 90. Again, another one that doesn't trade options really. 20 contracts a day. That's why, which represents almost 5 times normal. That's why you got to have a minimum number of contracts trading. I mean, 20 being 5 times, big deal. And again, just a brief explanation of what you're seeing here with the option plays. If you're new to the room, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new, this is the DNB. See, there's probably an earnings play, DNB. Let's take a look. No, it was an earnings play on the third. Big level, just took out 11. The next low looking left is 1070 and then 1048. So there's a little bit of room if it takes out 1070 underneath. Not a huge amount. So what you're seeing here, this is just showing stocks that are having abnormal option activity. I don't trade options, but it's just another way of trying to find stocks that are behaving abnormally, okay? And looking at their option activity. So, for instance, look at DNB. So this is, yeah, so they traded 67,000 contracts, okay? It's total puts and calls. That represents, let me make sure I've got this right, 2078 times normal. This does not trade options very often. So you can see that 207,805%. So expressed as a ratio would be 2078 times normal. Normal meaning what did it normally do over the last 10 days regarding option wise? Okay. So how many contracts did it normally trade over the last 10 days? So this 67,000 represents approximately a 2,000% increase. Sorry, 2,000 time increase. All right, AHCO giving me a little bit here, guys. So I took some off. I said I would like to take some off mid 30, so I've taken some off. You know, even though this is an earnings play and it should trade on its own for the most part, we can't overlook what's happening with the market, in my opinion. So we're almost an hour straight down. So if I'm long anything, I've got to be watching what the market's doing. Okay, so Dish is up a little bit here, guys. Dish is up a little bit here. I guess they've got some merger news. EchoStar drops on all-stock merger deal with Dish. So Sats dropping, Dish moving higher, SATS. Let's take a look at SATS, see if it's yeah, it's recovering though. Off the lows, $21 off the lows. Okay, guys, I'm in the TDS. Now I got to really pay attention to what the market's doing. I'm in the TDS. Okay. Took out that high I was talking about, 1516. Looked like it was trying to hold over 15. So not 15, but that mark. So I'm in the TDS right now. If it gets even close to the low teens, I'm out. This is surprising the heck out of me, guys. The market the way it is, for this one to be moving the way it is, MRVI. I mean, this has gone positive. Actually, went positive. I was looking to short this one. It was an all-time low at this point. Earnings play got hit hard on earnings, but has completely recovered, which is very interesting in the face of this market. I mean, it's actually gone positive. AHCO, maybe not over yet, guys. Still have some left. I think maybe with the LI, it might be more influenced by overall China, William. I don't, maybe. Because if you look at KWeb and the news that came out of China, hey guys, I'm out of the AHCO now. I had a little pop to the high 30s. I'm out of it now. I'd have held on if this market weren't doing what it's doing, but okay, out of the TDS, guys. Did I get out? Low teens, so I'm out. Take a look at it later, see if it gets back up over that level. Market, tough to go long in this market right now. So I'm going to see if it gets back up to 1523. I was in at 1520. So small, little manageable loss. Oh, I missed this one. EVBG. Wow, I missed this one. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown, another earnings play. The alert came at 2366 right there at 10:15, 7 minutes ago, 2366. It's at 23 now. Man. Well, you would think maybe 23 holds it. You look at the weekly chart, it looks like there's some a little bit of support around the 23 level, so maybe this will have a bounce. It's a pretty low float, 39 million, not crazy low, certainly not high. Ah, The one that I missed. Look at this AXGN there. 10:07 was the alert for the time. 679. The price. 627 now. Other earnings play. You get the theme, guys. Earnings plays, earnings plays, earnings plays. This is, I'm going to see how many companies next week release. This week we've got about 600. Last week we had about 1,000. I guess next week will probably be in the 400 or 500 mark. Ooh, even less. Well, guys, this is it. This is the end of the big earnings week. Next week we've got about 140 companies. So this week we've got 600. So this is the last big week for earnings. We'll have earnings plays, but this is a huge week still. Definitely my goal to blow up my account. So let's see, how could I have done it? LEJU. Yeah. Is there a specific reason for no? Well, I'm sure you go to the pundits, they might have a reason, but I mean, Dow was up huge yesterday, basically giving it all up. I think the Dow was up about the same yesterday, maybe 400. Now it's down 400. So I no, I have no idea if there's anything specific. Okay, so a question in our YouTube room. Now let's see if I can remember how to do it. Just give me a moment. Ah, oh man, I can't believe maybe it's a new. Give me a moment. I'm gonna have. You know what? I'm gonna write this down. I know I get this question every now and then. How to add an account? The simulated trading default is well, that's the default account, but you can add accounts. And do you think I can remember how to do it? Auditors up here. Pepe's gonna accounts tab, right click. Oh, that's why I see I don't have an accounts tab. Well, I do have an accounts tab. Should be up here though, right? Right clicking isn't doing anything. Oh, in here though, right in here. Yeah, okay. So, okay. Yeah, so you add the accounts tab, and once you're in the accounts tab, then it's not up here, it's in the body here. Then right click, add new simulated trading default, give it a name. Okay. So give it a name, call it Cam, whatever you want to call it, add it, and then you'll have another simulating trading account. Okay. Nice. You mean how do you get it to zero? I still don't think you can do it manually. I think you have to ask because it'll reset to zero. If you get rid of every position at the end of the day, it'll reset to the 100,000. I don't think, unless Pepe tells me, I don't think you have control over the simulated trading default that you can zero it. Yeah, you have to contact support. Okay. The reason being, well, it's a silly reason now, so I'm not even going to go over it. But yeah, you have to if you want to do it right now, you'd have to contact support. But why don't you just, use the other account, create your other one, use it, and make sure you exit all your positions. Okay, exit all your positions in the in the default one, and then tomorrow you'll be back to zero or back to 100,000. The reason is we were going to have some kind of a contest, and so of course we couldn't allow people just to zero their account if they were not doing very well in the in the contest. So all right, guys. Let's see. What am I looking at now? AXGN continues. Is this an all-time low yet? No, but it's close. Well, this not listening to me at all. MRVI now, the next high looking left is 1140-ish. So it's not listening to me at all. I keep thinking this has to be a good fade at some point. I think what I'm going to do is stick an alert around 1086 and see if it gets back down there. Nope. I'm not playing Tilray. You can have it all to yourself. But you could have got this at 950 in the option scanner at 1037. 950 the time, 1037 the price, 1125 now. But my bias was, this was going to turn into a short, but obviously I'm dead wrong. All right, TDS, are you wanting me to take you again? Maybe I've got to go smaller share size or something with a wider stop this time. All right. Well, now the next fearless prediction. I mean, the next high looking left is 1143 for MRVI. I mean, if it gets through that, okay, 12. Then that's your next high. Ah, look at XERS now, guys. I was sort of watching this one to see if it could take out this 275, the next high looking left. Yeah, it's around 293. Mm, okay, TDS. Do I just scalp this out? Cover my initial loss? Sure, David. I'll try to help. David in our YouTube room have some questions new to the platform. If I can't help, I will certainly direct you to somebody who can. Hopefully, you can hear me and you can see my screen. Talking to David in our YouTube room. Okay, so first of all, David, you should not be auto trading the AI. Okay, I'm just going to tell you right off the bat. We definitely do not recommend auto trading the AI. So consequently, you should be manually doing your exits. So you will just get rid of a trade just like any other trade. But we do not recommend auto trading the AI. Okay. But if you're in a position, I mean, you can always go to your broker's account and just exit the position. I mean, it's not you don't have to wait for the AI to automatically take you out. So I mean, if you see it here in Brokerage Plus or something, just go and flatten it. Okay. So if I have a, I'll just take this one. Imagine this were an AI trade. Okay, 300 shares, buying, send. Well, if this were an AI trade right here, I would just go and flatten it. But we do not recommend auto trading the AI. I use it like a watch list. I'm not saying you can't. Okay, it's not recommended. Okay, it's not that you cannot. Although I think that down the road we're going to remove that option. But so I'm not saying you can't, but it's not recommended. The best way to do it is to, well, I'm not saying the best way is the way I do it, but I use it like a watch list and I'll wait for the alerts to happen. I click on the alert. If I like what I see, then I'll take the trade. If I don't like what I see, liking what I see, and I don't know what sort of a trader you are, David, in terms of how new you are to the market, but I would never auto trade anything personally. I would always want to click on the alert, check to see what's happening, what's the market doing, do a quick glance. What's the market doing? When I look left on a depending where the alert was, if it's near if it's near the high of the day, then I'm going to look left on the daily chart to see how much room does it have to keep moving before it hits the next high, or on the weekly chart. So I'm doing this fairly quickly. And then if I decide to take the trade, I'm certainly not going to get hung up. If I got an alert at 15 and now it's at 15:05, I'm not going to get hung up on that. Okay. And then if I'm in it, then I manage the trade. The AHCO, good example, perhaps. I mean, I was worried about what the market was doing. So yes, it got up to this 1530 level. I basically got out in the mid 30s, both parts that I wanted to get out. Now look what it's doing. So if I just let this thing run in sort of automated fashion, it wouldn't be. I mean, if you took the trade right here at 1457, it still would be okay. But another thing I personally don't like to do is to take trades in the first 15 minutes. I like to see the market sort of settle down a little bit, and I do run the risk of something. But look what happened. So there was the alert at 1457. At 1457, then the next candle got below. So you would have had time to get back to get in this if you didn't take it the first time, as an example. That's on that one, of course. That's the one I'm looking at. Yeah, I mean, believe me, as somebody say, I mean, if I thought auto trading would work, that's all I would do. Also, I mean, I've traded for a few years, and I just don't believe in it at all. Well, guys, moment of truth now for MRVI. I mean, there it is. Next high looking left, 1143, and it's right there. It just hit it briefly. And then after that, the next high is 12. I keep thinking this is going to fade at some point. I mean, it was a horrible reaction initially to earnings, but it's completely recovered, gone actually positive for the day. But, in the face of this market too. Even coming, no, I'm sorry, 1390. I thought it was 1190 was the 200-day, but that's far enough away. There are certainly a lot of shares available to short for the MRVI 3.4 at Interactive Brokers. So I'm assuming most brokerages have plenty of shares available. Truly amazing. That's why trying to predict the top is really, really hard. All right, now at 10:43. So I think what I'm going to do right now is go over all the information you can find on my homepage. No shares available for me. Somebody asked in the YouTube room, did I short VTGN? No shares were available for me at Interactive Brokers. So the answer is no. All right, this is the information you will find on my homepage. So at the top here, there is a promo code for 15% off the first month only or the entire. No, sorry, I can give you a better code if you do want to take out a yearly subscription. I can give you a better promo code that'll get you 25% off. Okay. But if you're new to this program, do not start off with an annual. You can always start off with a monthly. Okay. You'll get the first month off 15%. And then down the road, if you do want to take out an annual, I can get you 25%. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will take you about 30 minutes. Go through the 10 videos, download your first video, download and install your first startup and login, etc. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay, you have to do that at a bare minimum. That's what you have to do. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss, Trade Ideas put this together, Trading 101. It is free. There are a lot of videos there. Michael actually will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 again. He was in yesterday. Took over for Chris, who was on vacation, and then he's back. Tuesday is regular spot. So Michael will be in our YouTube room. We can ask some questions about his Trading 101. Daily stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. This is free, of course. Trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. Yeah, forget the heart alert. Okay. It is something that is so, I don't even know why they still have it. Okay. It's before we had top lists bullish. Okay. So just disregard that heart alert. User guide. We have a big user guide. Oops. Good idea. Sorry. So you click on the user guide. And this is what you'll see. So again, the getting started, hammering this point home, the getting started. More detailed information about alert windows and top list windows, stock racing. I would really look at price alerts also. Okay. I'll let you know, David, in 1 second. Okay. Just let me get through this and I'll explain. So there's the user guide. There's the getting started series again. So as I explained, I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so this will be Michael Noss's day. Okay, so he'll be there between 12 and 1. Michael is way more of a swing trader than I am. And before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. You can head over there and listen to Michael. Now, if you're looking for my scans, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, again, you'll be brought here. Scroll down until you see the scan section. Here are the scans that I am sharing, currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This allows me to kind of, well, not kind of, it shows me the stocks that could be active all day. Look at this MRVI. Amazing. That's where I saw in the pre-market act is down. I was sure this was going to be a great short. Anyway, Pulse resumes. You see the Pulse resumes over here. The option plays right here. Now, what you can't see, here's the doc momentum up and down. Okay, right there. You cannot see this. This is on another monitor, but these are my breakouts and breakdowns. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of scans. Now, if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, this is a free room. So we use it for marketing. So if you take out a subscription using my promo code, the room gets credit. The company likes to see that. So they see if the room is working in that regard. Okay. So all I ask is that if you save my link down the road, if you want to take out a subscription, great. You can use that code. Also, if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. I do change them up from time to time. And then the education section. Okay. How do you get to Trader 101? Again, click on my homepage link. Just click on the link. And right at the top here is Trader Trading 101. Okay. So just click on my homepage link and it's right there, Trading 101. Okay. Okay. So David, yeah. So a lot of that is in the guide, but I'll show you quickly. So the question is, how do I trade? How do I create different charts with the different time frames? So TDS is right back. So if you go to new and then click on chart window, okay, chart window, the chart will pop up. A chart will pop up. Okay. Now, if you have our standard service, you have access to 10 charts. If you have our premium service, you can have 20 charts. So this is what I would do starting out. You may have, like you might have volume on your charts. You might have other indicators that you want on every single chart. That's up to you. Okay. Okay. And then what you do is you put them on, and then you can just duplicate the chart. First of all, you can also do this. You can save as default so that if you open a new chart from here, then the new chart will have all the indicators and volume, etc., that you want on every chart. But this is a pretty easy way to do it also. If you create your chart and then you just duplicate it. Okay, so now and then you keep duplicating as many times as you want. Now, in order to with the different time frames, there's a little clock here, the little drop down, and here are your different time frames you can pick. Okay, so if I want to go from 15 to 30, okay, so that little clock. Now, the other thing that gets asked a lot is, for instance, I've got my SPY chart here, and when I click on alert, it doesn't change, which is what I don't want to happen. I don't want it to change, right? I want these to change. So what I've done is I've linked the 15 daily and the weekly so that when I click on an alert, all these time frames will change to the same symbol. So how do you do that? I right click and I go to properties. One of the options is symbol linking. So you either have it checked or unchecked. So if I uncheck it, then this will happen. The SPY won't change. But if I check it, then this happens. Now, the only other thing, this should be the default, but sometimes it's not. When you right click on your chart and you go to properties, this little box will pop up. And when you go to symbol linking, another little box will pop up. Make sure it says link to all. Okay. Have that checked. It should be the default, but sometimes that is an issue. I don't know why it's not the default. Yeah, as I say, bullish. Forget about the hard alert. Okay. The hard alert used to be. I mean, every 5 minutes it gets updated, so you can see what filters are working, what the filters are giving you every 5 minutes. But it's useless in my opinion. The top list completely. The hard alert was before the top lists. I think there may be a reason that some use the hard. I've never used it since 2010. Okay, since I've been a subscriber, never used it. So to change the stock ticker, basically what you do is go to the chart, left click on it, just so the system knows what chart you're in. Okay, left click, and then most of the time, all you have to do is start typing. The minute you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. Okay, and if it does, great. Then you can click on change or hit enter on your keyboard. Now, sometimes with some systems, and I have no idea why, when you left click and start to type, the box doesn't pop up. So usually you can just hit your space bar and then the change symbol box would pop up. Well, if you start, okay, let's just say I wanted to find Microsoft. So again, I want to look for a specific stock. Again, left click. Now you just start typing. So I want to find Microsoft. So start typing it in. Okay, micro. There's Micron, micro. There's Microsoft. Okay. Okay. Here it is. I put it in here. Okay, just underneath your post. Trade ideas. Barry's homepage. Okay, it's right there. When you click on it, is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top. You scroll down a little bit until you see Trading 101. Okay. So just click on that my homepage link that I just put in. Okay. Okay, guys, guess what's moving? The 10,000 stocks that are out there. Silo, SILO, on the move here now. Look at the volume coming in. A lot of volume, 2.5 million in the float. Had some news about some kind of a positive milestone with their nasal formulation for anxiety. Okay. So let's see how well this holds true. I mean, this hit 370 in the pre-market. You guys are just having a little bite to eat here. Wow. So there's the VWAP for Silo, 282. So it's just hanging a little bit above the VWAP. And look at the volume that's coming in. This is the biggest volume bar of the day. Usually, the 15-minute chart is, well, that's the 8:15 actually. 15. The 9:30 typically will be your biggest volume bar of the day. But look at this. Look at this. Volume picking up. Okay, Oliver, unfortunately, I cannot help you with that. I cannot help you with that, sending orders to E-Trade. Okay, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to send you to support. I don't have E-Trade, and I just can't. What will have to happen? And Chris is gone for the week, so I'm not sure who's going to be able to help you because what he usually does is he'll ask somebody else may be able to help you. They're going to ask to take a look at your trading log. Okay, but I cannot help you. I'm sorry. I really apologize. I cannot help you. Actually, every 5 minutes, well, unless they've changed it, Pepe, it's every 5 minutes. Um, let's see if okay, not every stock from the AI has a target. They have a stop, but not every stock has a target. Let me just see if I can find one. You'd almost have to. I don't have it because I don't really pay attention to targets, Paul. Okay, I mean, I'll trade what I see. I mean, whether it had a target of, I mean, what if it had a target of this one, CEIX of, I don't know, 78.50, and it gets there? What does that mean to you? I mean, what if it's still trading well? You're not going to take it off, I wouldn't think, just because it hits a so-called target. As long as the stock is still trading well. But let me just see. I think there might be a. See, I don't even see targets here. Yeah, I don't even see targets. I honestly think that targets are they don't really matter. I'll say it in a different way. I mean, when I take a trade, I don't have a target. All I'm doing is I want to make sure that when I look left, that there's enough room for a stock to keep moving before it hits that next high, and based on a risk reward. So, for instance, if I get into, say, a trade at $10 and my stop is at 9.90 because there's a reason for it. Maybe looks like there's a lot of support at 9.90. So I would have a 10-cent stop. Then I look left and maybe the next high looking left was 11. I look on a daily chart and the next high is 11. So that's $1 away from my current price. So obviously that would be a trade I could take. That's not a target though. That just allows me to take the trade because, I'm risking 10 cents with the potential, to make $1 before it hits that next high. Okay. So that's why my so I don't call it a target though. It just allows me to take the trade because my risk reward it could potentially be good enough. I won't take anything unless my risk reward is at least 1 to 2. So in that case, if I get into the trade at 10 and I have a proper stop at 9.90, 10 cents away, and I look left and I see the next high is say 10.25, 25 cents away. So I'll risk 10 cents to potentially make 25, 1 for 2. But if the next high looking left was like 10.10, I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 10 cents. Now, of course, it could go right through that 10 cents, the 10.10. Of course it could, but that's the way I trade. That's my trading plan or style. So that's why I don't really, I mean, in theory, I suppose I'm sort of looking like a target, but it's not really a target. I don't expect if I get into a stock at 10 and I have a 10-cent stop, I don't expect it to get to 11. It'd be great if it did, but I don't expect it to. Well, I'm not saying it acts as a magnet. I'm just saying I don't. All I'm trying to. So Phoenix. So the question was, why do I think the next high acts like a magnet? I don't. I'm not saying it acts like a magnet. What I'm trying to do when I trade, though, is take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. So for me personally, looking left and seeing it far enough away, that takes that aspect of why the stock may not keep moving higher. That's all. I mean, there are a million other reasons why it might not keep going, but I just want to take out that aspect. I'm not saying it's a magnet that is going to for sure, attract it there. No, no. If that were the case, it'd be well, we all wouldn't be doing this. So, Tony, what I would also do, okay, is I'll show you how to do it, but you should also maybe get used to looking at the guide because a lot of this is there. And the reason I say that is I can show you how to add the audio to the alert window, but you may forget. Next week you may want to do it again. You think, man, I can't remember what he said. So click on my homepage link and go to the guide. Sorry, the education section. Click here, and then go to that user guide. Okay, this is your Bible. Not just you, Tony, but anybody else listening. And so most of the main things are in sections. So there you go. Sound alerts. Okay, that's a sound alert. How to place a sound alert. Okay, but I will show you how to do it. But again, the guide is a great reference point. So if I want to put a sound alert on the alert window, I just right click. I go down to properties. This box pops up. Top one is actions. Okay. Click on the actions and just follow this. You click on the play sound. Remember, all this is in the guide. You don't have to remember all this, but this is all in the guide. So you click that play sound, click the setup sound. Now, these are some built-in ones. Popular one is text to speech. Okay, so in other words, the symbol will be read out. Not in the TDS anymore. So the symbol will be read out. So you could put one alert window text to speech. Now, and the reason for that is that you don't want to have all of your windows going text to speech because the whole idea of a sound alert is to put a unique sound on each window. So when you hear the sound, you know which window to look at. Okay. So you don't have to use text to speech if you don't want to, but I know it's pretty popular. So after that, then you can click on that use custom sound and click on the select sound. And then these are three folders that we have, and each folder has some price alert or sound alerts. Okay. So you could click on one. It's the one I use for the ones moving down, the pig sound. You can click on one, you can open it, you can play it. If you like that sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to the window. Okay. So Marty, we should have a good list of S&P stocks. Okay. So Marty asked, I want my scanner directed at S&P 500. So one of the things we've got, if I right click on an alert window, now you'll have to set up your scanner how you want it. Now there was a price range and minimum volume and all that. And then what you want to do is right click, click on configure, and then symbol list. Okay, watch list, symbol list, and add existing list. And the S&P 500 should be one of them. Here we go. Now that says personal, but there should be the S&P 500 somewhere. Here we are. You should be able to find the S&P 500 in that list. Then all you have to do is left click on it, okay, and then it moves over into this column. And so remember, you're starting this from your either top list window or alert window that you've constructed in the way in which you want to monitor it. And then all you do then is the drop down menu, only the following lists, okay, and then you would click on S&P 500, and then that S&P 500 list is attached to the way in which you want to monitor it. Well, it is supposed to get updated. I mean, I can't guarantee that sometimes a stock gets dropped out, but and maybe it has not been updated, but I would say that 99% is correct. Okay. And the same for NASDAQ. Yeah. Also, we'll have a symbol list for that. It might be called the Qs or there's the NAS 100. There's the Russell 2000. So it's probably right there. You see where it says sectors? Okay, sectors. And then right under here is S&P 500. Okay, it's right there. Let me explode this a little to see. No, I'm not 100% sure where NAS is. Well, I guess I missed the boat. That one finally fell, didn't it? MRVI. Oh, look at this one, guys. OLPX still negative for the day. It is an earnings play. The high looking left is 367. I mean, it's still down for the day, 13%, but it is trying to come back. And that is OLPX. The low of the day was way down here at 269. So it's had a nice resurgence. Can't tell you that, Marty. Mobile alerts for the scanner. I know we can send. I guess email is okay, but I cannot tell you. I know it's been worked on like crazy for quite a while now. We have a new website that is being worked on, and a lot of this, but I cannot tell you exactly. I can't tell you, Marty. I cannot tell you. It's not because I don't want to tell you. It means I don't have any inside info as to when that's going to happen. I mean, it's been worked on for a long time. A mobile app. Well, TDS. I think the next high looking left on the daily chart is getting close. I think it was about 1560 something. Now that happens, then that big magnet over here, not a magnet, wrong word. The next high in the weekly chart is 1725. Let me back this daily out though. Yeah, that is the next high looking left on the daily. 1564 for TDS. Now then if it can take that out, then you've got this little 17 area. Again, just a tremendous week last week on earnings for TDS. Wiped all of this out. I mean, look at this, all of this out on one day. Oh, good. Okay, Oliver. Okay, guys, getting a lot of alerts from this is one that is not on my homepage. I have it on my other monitor. But the up big yesterday, down big today. Getting a lot of alerts from this one. I can share it with you if you want it, but I may add it to my. So look at blue. So this is interesting for blue. I mean, you look left and there's the high, 423, and then after that, 453. So a little bit of room on a percentage basis if it can take out for 423. So that's all you have to do, Doc, is to uncheck the symbol linking. Okay, so go to your chart, right click on the chart, and go down to properties. The box will pop up. It'll say symbol linking. Okay, and so just uncheck it. Then you can. Okay, well, it's an American-based company. I mean, I'm Canadian, and Michael Noss, who will be in our YouTube room, is Canadian also. But no, it's a U.S.-based company. Most of the people live in the San Diego area, but all over the place. I mean, Chris Farley lives in New York. We've got, I think, Dave Mabe, who's our technology guy. He lives in one of the Carolinas. Jamie and Andy, they live in Texas. So we were all over the place in the States also. But no, it's a US-based company. Somebody asked. Okay, Doc. So, okay, so just right click, go to properties, and uncheck the symbol linking. So that's what I've got here. I've unchecked the symbol linking for the SPY chart. That's why it does not change, but that's why these are all linked. That's why they do change. Okay, FTAL opened. You said it. Now, is this a enthusiastic one or whoa, is it ever enthusiastic? Shoot. Oh, I'm sorry. This okay. I think what happened is I had the residual chart prices at $15. Okay, so this FTAL, it was supposed to open around it was priced at $5 a share, so nothing exciting about it right now. So it looks like there were 3 million shares issued. Yeah, $15 million. So 3 million shares issued, $5. So no enthusiasm yet. I'll stick an alert at the high. Now, had this been a lot of enthusiasm on this one, at a $5 opening, projected opening before it opened, if this had opened really though at 8 or 9 or 10, but there's really not a lot of enthusiasm yet for this. Just go to the chart, Doc. Just go to the chart. Hmm. Just go to the chart and like left click on it and then just start typing. Okay. When you start typing, the box should pop up. The change symbol box should pop up. So yeah, just left click so the system knows what chart you're in and just start typing. Would have thought the box would pop up here, but that's okay. You see, there's now changed to M, Macy's. I'll left click again. I'll start typing in the SPY, and it changes back. Now, if you left click and you start typing and the box doesn't pop up, press the in a dock. Well, let's hope it. Okay, let's just hope when you left click and start typing, the box should pop up. You're right clicking. Yeah, left click. Well, it's left click. All left clicking does is to, yeah, is to just tell the system what chart you're in. Now look at Buru now, guys. We're seeing this a lot. And I think it's still because we're in earnings season. So there's so many earnings plays right now that traders around the world are concentrating on, that these little crazy ones that shouldn't be doing this, but do in the pre-market, and then they just give it up. Now, next week and the few weeks afterwards, we'll probably get back into the, what we term the low float mania, in which we'll see these ones, and then they'll maybe rest for a while, then pop. But right now they're just fading. Nobody cares. Now, you guys have been talking about le jeu. We don't even have float information on it. A lot of the I can there seems to be a pattern here, and for our provider, not having float information for China stocks. These crazy little China stocks. It seems to be a pattern now. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. 13.2 million on it, like a haul. So it's not crazy low, but it's low. Now, if this gets really wild, 435 is the next high, 440, and then 482, and then really wild, there's your next high, way up here at $8. So is there news on this one, or is it just a head scratcher? I don't see any news. It's just one of those that some probably Reddit group has got a hold of it. Oh, I missed this one. I saw this one over and over again in the up big yesterday, down big today. So down big. So this is up big today, down big yesterday, up big today. USM was an earnings play. Obviously, yeah, earnings play 2 days ago. Big positive reaction. 2 year high now. It's a 2 year high. Look at the VTGN. Somebody asked in the YouTube room if I shorted this one, and unfortunately, there were no shorts available for VTGN at Interactive Brokers. Oh, look at that one. Yeah. So there, yeah. So that's what I thought. One point that seems more reasonable in terms of the float for LEJU. That it would be a lot lower than that. But that, that's the problem with trying to find the floats of these crazy little ones, especially these China stocks. When these stocks have done, many, many reverse splits over the course of their life. But it seems like this dilution tracker is probably the one that a lot of people look at. And yeah, I see the same thing, 1.83 million. No, guys, this is a way more exciting day than yesterday for me anyway. And it's all because of the earnings. We had some earnings plays yesterday, but not many companies release Monday morning before the market opens. But today we've got all the ones that released after hours yesterday, plus the ones releasing this morning. So we've got a ton of them. Actually, Paul, that might have been just a typo in your part, right? You have 13.2 million. Maybe you meant to say 1.32, and that's for the float of LEJU, maybe. Look at Silo, guys. I was all excited about getting that Silo over three, and it didn't. Oh, it shows 13. They're probably, I would say they're wrong, just because the consensus seems to be more in that, the 2 million range. But as you know, it's really, really hard to nail down these floats for these, especially the China stocks. But any stock that is really cheap, that's done, probably, who knows how many reverse splits over the course of their life as trading. Hey guys, watching USM now to see how well it holds 37, the whole number. Okay, I'm interested in this one. Market is that looks like it's settled down a little bit anyway. Well, settled down. It's not moving down much more. Having a little pop here. Yeah, like get that spread tightened up a little bit for the USM. To see that right now we're at 37.15, 37.30. To see it obviously get a little closer It's got, well, it's got all sorts of room, I think. Take a look at a monthly chart. What do we see? Actually, it looks like 37.51 might be the next high looking left on a daily. The issue, of course, is how far back do you have to go to see that? You have to go back 2 years for those next highs looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, I saw that DCGO earlier, Cam. I was saying I'd never seen that one before. I'm not sure where it popped up. I can't remember where I saw it in one of my scans, but oh, I saw it in, yeah, the 10-day daily breakout. So that was at 1063. 1063. What is it now? So it really hasn't moved much. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I saw it here. There was a time 9:57 Eastern, and the price was 1063. So it really hasn't moved much. You're right. It is an earnings play. Spread's okay now, 2 cents. Yeah, looking left on the weekly chart, it's got room to a little over 11. All right, guys, PDS at 16 now. Hmm. Novavax just made a new low. I mean, again, look at the action for something like this. Novavax in the pre-market looked awesome. I mean, it got up to $10. Earnings play looked awesome. Market opens, just selling it all back, giving it all back and more. So Nvidia came. So let's take a look at NVDL. You can buy this one if you don't want to buy the stock. Want to participate in something quite a bit cheaper. So it's pretty expensive, $90. But I guess it popped up and then came right back down. How's the NVDS doing? Again, these are ETFs just for NVIDIA. Real choppy also. Wow. So guys, again, if you're interested in reversal plays, okay, not necessarily intraday, but reversal plays, something that was down big yesterday but up big today and reverse, I've got this one right here. So if you want it, just ask me for it. Okay, and just to show you what it's looking for, okay, because of course you can adjust it, but this is what it's looking for. So I'll take a look at the up big yesterday but down big today. I'll tell you what the filters are, and again, you can adjust them. So in this particular case, of course, the stock, so up big yesterday, but down big today. So the trigger is always going to be a new low. This is the price range I'm looking at. So here are the two filters. So the price was up at least 55% yesterday. Okay. And for you to see it today, it has to be making a new low for the day. It also has to be down now at least 1% from yesterday's close. And it has to be at the low of the a low that yesterday. I don't know what this is. Hmm. So before I give I remember now, that's right. I don't know what that is. I'm going to have to check I might just delete it because I don't think it makes any difference. But let me, um, let me see what that custom formula is. So that was what, U28 price. No. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. Oh, okay. I will delete it for you guys. Okay. What that meant is that the next high or low had to be at least 50 cents away. That was the custom formula, but it's a custom formula. So what I'm going to do is I think I can configure all. Hmm. You know what? I'm going to give it to you like it is because I don't think it's going to affect especially if you've never really created any custom formulas. So I don't think it's really going to affect. But the proof will be when you get an alert. You tell me what the next alert you get. Now there's a sound alert on this. Okay, I think it's trade ideas. Okay, so if you hear trade ideas, that's this one. I did not take the sound alert off. Okay. Does anyone use the reversal bar alerts? I'm sure anyone. Travis, that's We've got thousands of customers, so I'm sure maybe somebody uses it. I don't, but wow. Okay, guys, another earnings play here for Alto, ALTO. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 459. It's a little too close. I wish it were a straight shot to about five. So again, Travis, I mean, we've got thousands of customers. I mean, a question like, does anyone use the reversal bar alert? I'm sure there might be some, but I don't. And I can ask the question in the main room. Anybody using the reversal bar alert? Well, Travis, it's again, it's too general a question. I have no idea. Probably the new high and the new low. I mean, that's probably the most that probably that's why it's right at the top of the list. New highs of the day, new lows of the day. But I cannot answer what absolutely is the most popular, but instinctively I would say that the new high of the day and the new low of the day probably is the two most popular alerts we've got, real-time alerts that we've got. Yeah, so I use the 1 minute volume spike as a filter, not as an alert. But yeah, sure, why not? I use it as a filter though. If you're asking me, do I trade the pre-market? I do, not often, but I do. Yes, I will trade the pre-market, but not often. I've got so much going on I've got so much going on that it's hard for me sometimes to trade the pre-market. Why the filter, not the alert? Because my alert, I love seeing stocks making new highs or lows of the day. It's that simple. I could have two alerts. I just don't like doing that. Two alerts in the same window, in the same alert window. So, and I don't have to do that because the filter takes care of it for a volume spike. But I'm just somebody who likes to see stocks making new highs and new lows of the day. That's just my trading style. Meanwhile, Image just made another new low. So it did have a pull up. And look what it did, guys. It got right into the VWAP probably 793. Yeah, look at that. So there's a classic. If you like to play the VWAP, have a VWAP type play, then all you have to do. I mean, I've got a top list that shows you stocks that are near the VWAP. And in this particular case, I mean, that worked out unbelievable. I mean, it went right into the VWAP. The VWAP stopped it in its tracks and continued down. They don't all work like that, of course, but in this particular case, it's right on the chart. You can see that. All right, guys, 11:46. So Michael Noss will be again in our YouTube room. He was in yesterday, helped out because Chris Farley was on vacation. So he'll be in our YouTube room again today. I do not trade at the opening bell, Mello. Rarely. Okay. The only time I'll trade at the opening bell sometimes is if in my 10-day daily breakdown, there's a stock that's also at an all-time low that is breaking down. And I've usually seen that in the pre-market, so I'm prepared. But I rarely trade in, at the opening bell. I usually wait about 15 minutes. Just too it because it's too for me, it's just too volatile. Too many times, stocks pop up and down, up and down, up and down. So yeah, I'll miss the stock that just keeps moving in one direction right from the beginning, right from the get-go, either low on the low side or the high side, but I'm prepared for that mentally. Doesn't bother me because you'll see for every stock that does, this hymns, other ones will be doing this up and down, up and down, up and down. I used to. I mean, I used to trade right off the bat. It's very exciting. You get into something, you see something in the pre-market, it looks like it's going to work. So you just take the trade. And what was happening is I was just losing way too many. And it gets you into a sour frame or mood, okay? And because then you feel like you're playing catch up for the whole day. So I just stopped doing it, wait out the first 15. And it doesn't mean after 15 everything is settled down, but certainly much more so than in the first right at the bell. But there are people that play right off the bat, and if they make money doing it, great. I am never going to tell anybody to trade like me. I just know what works for me. All right, guys, in about 10 minutes, I will be taking my break. My TDS just continues here, guys. So the next high looking left is 1684 on the daily chart. And take a look at SAT. SATs is coming back, merging with Dish. Great comeback, really. The merging company, the company that is doing the acquiring, this is typically what happens, but this is a great comeback for SATs, SATS. And it's an earnings play today also. Ah, look at this one, guys. ARWR, another earnings play, a pharma. Look left, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is $25. So this has some room still, $2.50 till that next low. They had the pull up and then breaking down through the VWAP. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put my YouTube link in the main room. So in about 8 minutes, Michael will be there. You can head over and listen to Michael for 2 days in a row. He was there yesterday. Why does the affirm volume on a 2 minute chart look different than the 5 minute chart over the last? Man, I don't know. I'll put it up and see, maybe find see what you're talking about. I may not have an answer, but so I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly, Marty. I mean, there's the 2 minute chart. I mean, and this 2 minute candle, there's what there were 17,000 shares in this 5 minute candle. There were 56,000 shares. I don't know what you mean exactly. I don't know why yours would look completely different. I have no answer for that. I'm just looking what I see. Maybe it's the scale you're looking at. I have no answer for that, Marty. Because it's hard for me to know what you're looking at, what like how you've constructed your chart. I mean, I this is what I see. Maybe it's because my charts are bigger looking. I don't know. Might be the scale you're looking at. Oh, this one on the way down now, guys. SQNS. not an earnings play. Look at this, SQ&S really taking a tumble. Wow. Okay, through the 200-day moving average, the next low looking left is 205. Wow. This has got some room. Obviously, guys, something is hitting it. Aha. So it's a tender offer transaction conference call, and that was started at 8:30, ended at 8. So that can't be it. Unless this was just released, because this is showing up at 11:45 my IB headlines, but boy, I mean, so right there, unless the transcript was getting was being released. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put my announcement in. I'll be on a break like around 1 p.m. and I'll put the YouTube link in. Michael's not there yet, but he'll be there really soon. This one's showing up here, guys. SIBN just underneath the whole number. Will this be interesting? A little bit, but a dollar to the next low looking left on the weekly chart for SIBN. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute in the main room, and I'm just going to wait for Michael to show up in the YouTube room. And there he is, Mr. Short AMC himself.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
That was a doozy. I like that one.
Highly predictable, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of technical analysis. If it gaps up and then poops right away and does that 1,000 times, and the 1,001st time, you should expect no different.
Mm-hmm. So right now I'm watching it, and it's right at the VWAP, 530, 522. Yeah, right at the VWAP. So what will it do there? Will it reject it, or will it power through it? That's what makes trading so exciting.
Hope it will reject it. Now, I got out most on a gap fill, right? It's
You did.
This thing's not something I'm planning on holding for any length of time, either long or short. But yeah, it was a great little trade. But if we do get that little rejection, I am watching that. I may take another little trade, but it's noon and I've already had a good one, so I'm not gonna. Right, as soon as we got near $5, that was my cue to.
Yeah, because even if it takes out 5, the next low looking left is 481 and then 4. So there were little areas where it could stall, even if it takes out 5 again.
Yeah, it's got it now, long term.
Hmm.
My opinion on this thing long term, I think it's a 0, but
Yeah.
The trading on them is amazing, right? I hope, and I know the hedge funds love meme stocks.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope they never go away either. But yeah, eventually I think this thing's probably a 0.
All right, my friend, I will let you take over.
Cool.
In fact, I see you've got AMC up front and center, so go for it.
I'm already good to go.
Okay, I'll see you in about an hour.
Have a good one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you were here yesterday, you got to put up with me again today. And that's, I hope fine for everybody, but covered Chris yesterday, and this is my normal time slot. For those who are new, what we do is we open up the room to some live Q&A, and we do that at noon each and every day. Something that's really cool that Trade Ideas does is, we understand that trading is hard. We understand that trading's hard. We understand that the software we use is very powerful and therefore also going to be kind of complicated too, right? So we like to make sure that there is enough time to do everything and to talk about everything that you guys want to talk about. So I will be here for the next hour. Feel free to ask any questions you have because I've got nothing prepared, right? We want to make sure it's time open for questions. So ask away and I shall answer. Until then, I'm going to kind of catch up on the market because I was on Stock Market TV this morning with JC. That was super fun. And then other than that, I haven't really had too much time to look at the market. I knew I was going to short AMC probably going into today just because of the history of this name. And that's the first question there, Luke. I was watching AMC short. What do you use for gap and crap moves? So basically, I just look through the gap list in the morning. You can use the channel. I'm playing a lot with the web version, which I'm sure you guys will know more about soon as it gets closer. Then I just look at the history of the stock, right? So if you look at AMC, right, this thing's just an absolute crapshoot, for lack of a better word. It just has a history of, right, every up move gets faded. And every up move gets faded, and the up moves get faded, and the up moves, right? And all along, and if you zoom in recently, it's been even worse. And it's because I talk about this with these blow up stocks all the time, is you got to look at it. Anybody who's in this zone at all is a massive bag holder. And we've all done this, and we know it's wrong. But we all have that instinct that says, oh man, I'm down 50% or 80% or whatever on my investment. If it ever gets back to even, I'm out. Or if it ever gets back close to even, I'm out. We've all done it. We know it's not right. It's just kind of human nature. So you got to think about it. Everybody from $60 down to $5 has been dead wrong, right? And there's this still, it's shrinking, but there's this still kind of contingency of insane people that think these things are going to go to the moon and blah, blah, even though Bed Bath & Beyond, one of them has went bankrupt, that kind of thing. But you got to look at this, and that's what creates supply and demand on charts, right? There's tons and tons of people who have watched this fall, and they're looking to short it every time it pops. And then there's more people who have bought it, during maybe the meme craze of 2021. And they said, hey, I'm in from $40. If I ever get a pop on this thing, I'm getting my money out and I'm moving on. Or maybe they're at $20. Hey, if I ever get my money on this, I'm moving out and I'm moving on with my life. And, so on and so forth all the way down. So what that creates is all those people saying, if I ever get my money back, I'm out. It just creates a massive kind of demand zone. There's just tons and tons and tons of sellers embedded in this stock all the way up. And that's why it's, not something like this is not something I'll ever want to own, because I just know on every pop, there's a handful or many people just waiting to get out of this position. So when a stock has a history of that, and it's gapping kind of into resistance zones, that kind of makes it easier for me to go, okay, it's time to short, right? So when I saw it gap up only a little bit on earnings, that's the other thing. It wasn't a massive gap. It was only a little bit of gap. But right, we got $6, which is a huge level. It got nowhere near $6. It has this massive volume day where, again, you can see it gapped up and ran a little bit off the open, but then just tanked all day and then tanked the next few days. So just more of the history of every single up move gets sold in this name. So if I see that characteristic in the stock, then if I see an up move, I'm going to sell it. And at some point, maybe, probably not this name because it's, they're near bankruptcy. But at some point that trend may change and there may be an up move and then a massive continuation. But that's why we have stop losses. So on the meme names, and this is from someone who I participated long in GameStop during the craze. I got a great trade out of it, but I know, I trade. I knew it was a trade. I had an exit. I moved on with my life years ago. But every time you get a pop, then you get to short that pop and take your money and short that pop. And I've just been doing it now for a long time, and it's been working. So anytime these meme names pop up, I'm always looking on the other side, right? So, and that's for me, who again, I don't day trade with any size. I don't day trade very often because I don't day trade very well. And I just know that. So what I do is I'll look through in the morning, and then maybe I'll make an idea for like a shot or two on to take that, right? And then I'll take those shots and I just kind of move on with my life. So that's kind of the idea behind. That's why I took AMC the way I took it. And if I get any sort of a pop in, if GameStop ever does the same thing, I'll take a look at that as well. But this is just another dog that's probably on its way to zero. This one's actually, of the meme stock, GameStop's definitely been holding on the best, right? Bed Bath Beyond is gone. The company continues to warn people who buy its shares that if you own Bed Bath & Beyond shares, you will get zero. Like there's nothing for you there, right? Right. So it had a little bit of a rally when it went to the pink sheets after going bankrupt. But right, the company has sent out letters to shareholders and basically said, please don't buy our stock. We're not planning on trying to figure out a way out of this. Overstock actually bought Overstock actually bought the naming rights to Bed Bath & Beyond. So eventually Overstock will be called Bed Bath & Beyond. It just means that the actual holders of Bed Bath & Beyond get nothing. So again, that's the way I look at it, is what's the history of the stock? If the stock, is a nice, strong name, ELF, I think is a perfect example of this, where I've bought pretty much every time ELF has gapped up, I've been looking to buy ELF. Right? You can see it had a nice gap up here, and then it ran all day, and then actually got a good swing out of that. It gapped up right here. It sold off early. I remember I actually bought on this day and had a nice couple day run, and then it gapped up here. It's because this thing is just an absolute just monster. It gapped up again. Like ELF is just an insane beast from $20 to $130. This is the kind of stuff I want to be buying. And then the stuff like AMC and stuff like this that is tanking, that is the stuff I want to be selling. So, it's not, I try to keep things, anyone who's followed me for any length of time knows that I try to keep things incredibly simple. I believe that there is a human tendency to try to overcomplicate it. Overcomplicate trading, overcomplicate investing, overcomplicate everything. It's just something we do as humans. We try to see patterns in clouds, right? Which we try to make everything really, really complicated. It's like the same thing that people, conspiracy theorists, they do the same thing where they try to make this grand cabal that controls blah blah blah, and it just doesn't. It's a way for us to try to see patterns in what can be noise, and I do a very good job. I think is one of my talents is staying away from that, and then just focusing on very kind of systematic things that I can repeat. Why wouldn't I want to buy stocks like AMC? Because it is it's in a downtrend, right? I buy stocks. If you want to summarize my trading, is if the stock is doing this, I avoid it. If the stock is doing this and going sideways, I avoid it. And if the stock is doing this, then I want to try to figure out a way to buy it. I try to, buy pullbacks in strong names. And then if the stock's doing this and going down, I'm trying to short rallies in weak names. And again, it's because there's not much, I say this all the time, there's not much we know for sure in the markets, but we know that trends persist longer than they should if the market's random. So if something is trending higher, the odds are it will continue to trend higher, right? Why wouldn't I buy stocks? No, I still own a bunch of ELF. I was mentioning that I bought ELF on all of these gaps. I bought on this gap right here, and I bought on this gap right here, and I bought on this little gap right here. These are amazing names. These are the names that I want to buy, right? It's just simple. It's doing that. So I want to try to figure out a way to own it. So, right, one trade that I'm looking at, and this is a setup that I play, is there we go. Is I look for an anchored VWAP from before a gap. And we actually have a scan for that for our anchored VWAP product. And I'm anchoring a VWAP before this right here. And that's just saying that, hey, the average market participant before the day before earnings is this purple line. And I'll trace it in here. I hope we get these thicker again. They got thin all of a sudden. But the idea is if this anchored VWAP acts as support, which it is, then if I get a bullish move in the direction, then I'll buy ELF again. And this is why yesterday, I remember we had a conversation, I forget who it was with, about why you don't short overextended stocks, right? This thing's gone from 20 to 130 in just a matter of months. That's by any definition, this would be overextended, but it's why I don't trade those as well, right? I shorted ELF last week for day trade. Yeah, well, that's the difference. It's all about time frames, right? You can do whatever you want for short-term time frames. It's a little bit different, but again, I think JC said, which I thought was funny, he said you can solve most arguments about the market if we first just put our time frame down, right? For me, I'm generally a swing trader, right? AMC was special because I'm not going to hold that thing short overnight, because although I think at some point it's a definite zero, it doesn't mean that the Reddit can't pick it up and shoot it up again to $10 or something, right? And I would be down over 100% on that position. So right, just because I think something's going to go to zero doesn't mean I'm actually going to then take that trade. How do you find these types of stocks? Again, I just go through the gappers in the morning. So a simple way to do it is if you go to a new doc channel bar, we have our pre-market channel. Right, so we have very simple. We got the up gappers and we got the down gappers. So if I'm looking to take an intraday trade, and I generally, again, my bread and butter is swing trading, but I still, sit down at my desk and I'll go through these and I'll see what's going on, and I'll zoom in and I'll focus not on the intraday chart. I'll focus on the daily chart, and I'll zoom out a bit and I'll just say, well, what trend is the stock in? Let's actually turn this into a weekly chart. Week. All right, so I have a weekly chart down here now, and then I have a daily chart over here, right? So this plus, right, this is kind of in the sideways trend, so I'm not really interested in it. And I just kind of click through. CHGG, this is another one that I missed, but I was actually looking to short this morning. And again, the idea is simple. This thing is from $110 down to $10. This is an awful downtrending stock. Right? There's not a world that exists in which I would like to own this name for any period of time. Right? Just very, I am a chartered market technician, but you certainly don't need to be one to look at this weekly chart and say, well, that's in a downtrend. Now you can do fundamental analysis to it as well and say, oh, well, price earnings and blah, blah, blah. But I just keep it simpler than that. Stock's downtrending, right? Gap down here. It's a major gap down. So again, we do the same analysis. We do the analysis of where we just go through and say, hey, okay, so are there those people who are waiting to sell the name? Are those people who are sitting there saying, oh man, if I ever get back to even on CHGG, I'm going to get out of it? And my argument would be yes, right? I think there's a lot of people who are in from this area right here and a gap down, or maybe they're from this. Like there's just a lot of this overhead resistance. So that's not a name that I would particularly be looking to buy. I'd be looking to sell those. And you can see it opened up and then just kind of crashed right off the bat. Right, where this one, even though it didn't work, maybe I'd be a little bit more interested in buying a name like this because at least it's been an uptrend recently. Right. So it's just simple trend analysis, right? And this one again would be more interesting to me as well. I didn't trade this one, but you can see it's just been in a sideways trend for a long period of time. Yes, it's just killed on the weekly chart, but for the last long time we've just been basing sideways and we gap above that base. So, and then I just go through and I just kind of make a list of what do I think. Trying to almost visualize what do I think the candle at the end of the day is going to look like, right? Is there a way to find double tops? Actually, that is next on the agenda for the Market Explorer. So within the Market Explorer, we have some pattern recognition stuff. Right now, it's just bull flags and bear flags, but I'm actually working on making these scans better. And we're going to add on the daily chart, we're going to add all in, head and shoulders and cup and handles and all that kind of stuff. It's a little bit more complicated than just like a simple. This is why you'll see things like moving average crossovers and stuff like that being so prevalent, because they're very easy to program into a system, right? Is they can they can sell that away very, very simply, because it's very easy, because it's just a moving average is kind of the easiest calculation known to man, right? It's just take the last X number of closes and divide it by X, and there's your moving average. We're working now again on building in more stuff for the Market Explorer, and we'll do some pattern recognition. Just takes a little bit longer because it's more complicated. A simple way to take a look at it now, though, is you can use position and range. So let's take a look at, so for example, UNG maybe could be putting in a double top, right? Just by looking for things using the position and range filters and saying, I want to find stuff that are high in the position and range. So the Market Explorer, you just get to it by going new and then Market Explorer. And it's just right there. So that opens up a blank window and you can right click on it and click select strategy. And we have all these built-in strategies. And then also, if you want to click at it, you can go to the user guide. There's just a little user guide button when you first open it. And there is a video explanation of what the Market Explorer is, how to get to it, all of the different scans in it. And I have little chart examples and video examples of what it is that I'm looking for. All of these things are programmed completely in here, and they're built in here as well. So just check out the Market Explorer, check out the user guide. You can peruse through, or you can just start sampling different strategies. One of my favorites from the Market Explorer is TI Strength, which is a back-tested algorithm that kind of says, here's what we're looking at with the market. Is that what Holly runs off of? No. Holly just runs off the normal system, but just has some back-end processes for back testing to kind of help refine out what it is. But this BRBR, I remember. So it's moving a lot today. Soybean farming, which is hilarious. But just a really strong weekly chart on this name. Anyway, just a nice kind of bull flag consolidation here at highs. Earnings comes through. Looks like this thing might be pushing up here. Not gonna light the world on fire with soybean farming, but if there's profits, there are profits. So I do have this one on watch for a potential buy today, if we hold kind of this area. For me, again, I do most of my swing trading right on the close, right? So you get bad fills and close. No, you get better fills um on the close than you would on the open. So there's more liquidity. There's an old saying in the market, right, that amateurs open the market and professionals close it. So by the close, I don't mean the exact closing print, right, the last hour or half hour or so, but the idea is simply, can I share the price alert scan? I can share my price alerts, but there's no scan here. So the price alerts, you just right click. Iris, you just right click, and then you on the chart and you go create price alert, and then you just put price alerts for wherever your trading plan has there. I missed some questions. Let me scroll up here for a second. Can we make our own Holly algorithm? Yeah, you can go through and you can't make it with the machine learning and everything involved, but you just open up a new, as long as you have premium, you open up a new alert window. You put whatever trading plan you want in there, and then once that's open, you just right click and click backtest strategy. And if it works, then that's probably a strategy you should run. If not, you can kind of tweak it till you get something that you like. But that's basically the basis of all Holly's algorithm. But there's a whole bunch of back end work which we couldn't be able to take a look at. Before the close, there's liquidity. There's liquidity all the time. Just make sure you're trading things that have high liquidity, right? So, Apple, you better believe that if I wanted to buy 100, million shares of Apple on the close, I could probably do it and it wouldn't move the market that much. If I wanted to buy of a low volume stock, then of course there wouldn't be, right? It's more, liquidity is more instrument specific than time of day specific, if that makes sense. Do I have any high yielding dividend stocks in your portfolios? No, I'm mainly a swing trader right now. I'm still relatively young, I guess. So I'm not quite in the dividend income territory yet. I'm more in the growing my portfolio, and then going from there. I'm not a big dividend guy. You can scan for dividends and trade ideas, right? You can just configure and under the search, you can just type in dividends, and you can find those. For me, I don't like dividend as a sole filter, because things like AT&T, right, that pay a wicked dividend. It's like, okay, yeah, you got a good dividend, but the stock's kind of falling apart. So for me, I would look more at, if you're going to find, I would find stocks that pay any dividends and then look at trends, because it doesn't matter if you're making 5% dividends a year if the stock's just kind of barreling down. So for me, everything comes down to trend. If I'm looking longer term, I will just use longer term charts and generate a longer term trend like that. But when it comes to dividend stuff, I think you could really make your life simple by a lot of these covered call ETF. What are they? Oh, someone will tell me when I scroll down. There's all these covered call ETFs that pay out good dividends. It might be a simple way to go. And there's also the The Dividend Aristocrats ETF. Is that Noble? NOBL? Yeah. So this is a very simple one. Noble, which is basically, so to be a dividend aristocrat, you not only need to pay a dividend, but you need to raise your dividend, I believe, every year for 25 years. So you're just, it's basically a basket of the highest, safest dividend names out there. So that might be something to look at if you're a dividend person. Michael, is there any way to write scans to compare the current price to the previous bar value, i.e., the price is above the low of the previous bar? Well, if the price is, you would just make it, I would just use the change in filter. There's no way to directly compare two intraday bars, but right, if I say you're looking at 2 minutes, if you just go change in 2 minutes and that's positive, then you know that the price is above the low. So most market explorers strategies seem to be for swing trading. Most are for now. We're going to expand out to day trading as time goes on, but yeah, so that's definitely a plan. Is that we're going to take all the strategies here and kind of expand them down. What we do is in the back end is we track how many people actually look at individual scans. So I can just basically tell not who, but how many of these scans are open at any given time, and then the most popular ones, we can go from there. AT&T, worst company ever. Yeah. Noble. Yeah, so Noble is the one that I was talking about. There's also, is it QYLG? Yeah, so QYLG, and I think there's a SPLG. SPLG. Yeah, I think so. QYLG pays a 14-cent dividend a month. I believe the yield on QYLG is like 10%, give or take. So what they're doing here now, without going into like a deep and boring options class, if you own shares of a company and you sell a call option against it, you're generating income on owning those shares, but you're generating, right, there's no free lunch in trading. There's always a trade-off for everything. And with a QYLG, what they're doing is they're selling, they buy the Qs, so the NASDAQ, and then they're selling covered calls against the Qs. So what you're doing is you're capping your upside on owning the Qs, but you're getting a dividend monthly from their covered call strategies, right? So I hope that makes sense. So instead of searching for individual stock names, if you're just looking to add some dividend exposure to your portfolio, and there's a bunch of these, there's some for the IWM, I think KWeb for Chinese internet, I think has one. There's all kinds of them, but you just need to know that what you're doing is you're capping your upside. You're also going to limit your downside to some respect, and you're going to generate income from that. So again, it all depends if, right, that's financial planning stuff that I would never get into. That has to do with, what stage of your life you're in and the size of your portfolio and again, tons of stuff that I'd never get into, but these are just an interesting way to do it, right? Where you're actually able to go, okay, let me get that juice from some sort of income. So if you had, a large account but you still want some growth from the overall NASDAQ, but you want those dividends, you could do that. So I could see a portfolio built where you own a couple different of these sectors, and then, you kind of let them. So basically what you're doing is you're paying a small performance fees, like, because you could do this yourself by owning the Qs and selling calls against them. But basically what you're doing is you're kind of paying a small fee to outsource the work of the covered call selling, right? Is there ever news on a stock that the news pad doesn't pick up? No, I think it does a fairly good job of scanning stuff. Now, the for me, I don't really care about news. I have done so much study on this, and we have an internally at Trade Ideas as well. Volume always either predates or corresponds so close that no human being could ever pick it up with news, right? So if you're trying to scan for something that has like breaking news or a large news event, you're better off scanning for volume spikes because again, in like 100% of it scenarios, um, as soon as the news hits, or even seconds before like any actual publication, like Benzinga or something like that, would get the news, you already have the movement taking place. So I think that for scanning, you're better off scanning for volume spikes and then checking out the news. You'll be as quick, if not quicker, than someone who is scanning for the news event to come out and then looking at the chart after that. Now, it's not something that I do personally because for me, I'm a chartered market technician. I look at the technical side of things, not the news side of things. But if I was trying to look at the news side of things, I would be scanning for volume spikes and high relative volume. And then when I see something having a volume spike and starting to move, then I would look at the news just because, again, a lot of it has to do with the fact, a couple things that, one, the large institutions, you better believe they have a quicker news source than anyone else in the world. They're not buying Benzinga, right? They're not buying any news source that we can get. They're just not doing that. They have too much money and resources. And then also on top of that, they have algorithms and look at ChatGPT. I've been saying this for years, but I think ChatGPT really nails it out. Where of course you could put a news article into ChatGPT and say, is this positive or negative for a stock? And it could spit you out an example. Now their algorithms are even faster than those, and they're better than those because what they do is they pre-program in what they want to see. So if something comes out and says, new product release or FDA approval or earnings guidance increase or something like these key phrases, they have these systems that are scanning the news wires in real time for these key phrases. And again, they're doing them with like supercomputers and right things that just we could not afford as retail traders. And they're doing that just to pump out, to pump out new stuff. Right. So the second the news hits the filter, then they have it, right? So that's one of the reasons I don't really look at news. So if that makes sense. So I don't look at it, but um so for me it's great, right? Again, I would just always look at the volume for anything else. So someone's asking, what's a chartered market technician? So a chartered market technician designation kind of sits at the same um, level or the same area as a the CFA, which is a um, chartered financial analyst. So the best way I describe it is where a chartered financial analyst is basically what a bank would hire for an analyst. They would look at things like, the price earnings ratio of the company. They do a lot of the accounting ratios, a lot of the economic indicators, that type of thing. So they're looking at the fundamentals of the company, void of technicals, right? They're looking at that fundamental area, that fundamental section behind things. A chartered market technician uh, looks more at um, the technicals, I guess is the easiest way to put it. So they focus a lot more on charts and sentiment indicators and things that are actually occurring in the market. But they're kind of held at the same levels, and there is some kind of cross coordination between them. They use the same code of ethics policies. I think if you have your CFA, you like get level 1 of your CMT, that kind of thing. But it is a professional accreditation for technical analysts, I guess would be a way to kind of summarize it, right? It's one of those things anyone can take a chart and just kind of pop it online and say, hey, I know about charts, but that's what the actual designation does. It takes about 3 years to get. You have to be vouched by other technical analysts to be able to enter. So yeah, it's like any other, CPA or a CFA or one of those kind of things, right? Most orders are split into sweeps, right? Do you think 1 minute volume spikes suffice? Yeah, I think. Well, if we're back to the breaking news comments, yes, because if a institution or a fund, like somebody say someone, we have BRBR up right here. So say there's an institution that's like, I want to buy BRBR, and the market cap of this is 5 billion. Say they want to own $1 billion of it, right? That's a massive, massive, massive order. They're going to break that up over days and weeks, and that's where things like VWAP analysis and all of these things really, really help across this kind of broad spectrum of massive orders and massive positions. When news comes out or volume comes out, these are basically made by large institutions, but not to buy and hold the security for weeks or months. Some of these guys, these big guys, are trading just like we do. So again, they've programmed scripts that just read the news market. Again, these are things that are way too expensive for retail people to really get a hold of, because just the computing power, like we could build it at Trade Ideas, but we'd have to charge a crap ton for it because the amount of processing power that would be required would be absolutely insane. But when you're Goldman Sachs, right, it doesn't matter. So what they're doing is they're scrubbing these news things for, FDA approval, all these things. And then when they see it, the algorithm is just punching in and buying the shares, right? So these will cause these massive volume spikes. They're just all done algorithmically now by computers. But yeah, I've been reading Flash Boys. I'm actually going to bring that up. It's very enlightening. It's a very good book to read called Flash Boys. So this was basically a bunch of guys. It's the birth of the IEX exchange, but it's basically a bunch of guys who were there trading in the very beginning of the HFT system, right? I know a lot about this myself because I was actually trading prop on a prop form in the beginning of the HFT system. So I went from being what the high frequency trader would be to to uh, um, to being basically replaced by them, right? And it's one of the reasons why I zoom out in time, is just because of these kind of HFT. So it's a very good book because it goes deep into, right. They talk about things that a lot of people know, whereas like Goldman Sachs and all these people were actually paying to get a couple feet closer to the exchange so they could make their fiber optic cable a couple feet shorter because the speed of light traveling that distance was actually making a difference in their HFTs and their fills, right? And it's that concept that makes it so that I don't do a lot of things. We all we all as traders have figured out a way to sidestep these, right? So when Barry's playing really high volume spike and low float movers, a lot of the reasons he's doing that as opposed to playing an Apple or a Tesla or something like that is that um, he's basically saying, hey, I don't want to compete with the big guys, and these kind of names, they're not, those HFTs aren't really trading those names because they're too volatile. Another way that you'll see, myself and Steve and Andy all did, and we were all intraday traders for a living for a long time, is we've just upped time frames, right? Because I don't care if there's an HFT in BRBR, because if we get a nice close on this, I'm going to buy the close. My stop's probably going to go down here somewhere, and I may hold this for a couple days. So the HFTs that are playing games on like sub 1 minute time frames, it's just nothing really. It just something that doesn't affect me one way or the other. I don't trade the news, but depending on the specifics of the news could sway whether or not I take the setup or side step. Yeah, and I get that. So I think the news will be pretty quick for that. Basically, the comment was that they don't trade the news, but they want to know the news to see if it's something they think has legs. Again, it's not something that I do, but fill your boots, and I think the news is pretty good for that. You can also, compare news sources, but it's one of those things where it's, the, uh, to make sure that you're kind of playing in that field. But again, as a CMT or as a technician, for me personally, I don't really, I don't. It's not even that I don't want to follow breaking news. I actively avoid knowing the news. And the reason that I do that is because anytime I found actually I have a trading rule that if I'm ever in a stock and I find myself Googling what the company does and the news and stuff like that, I pretty much instantly get out. Uh, because that's never helped me move. That's never helped me uh, make any money. If anything, it just ends up being like justifications to hold something that's shit because I believe it's a good thing, right? I remember that thing with Goldman Sachs, I think in the early 90s, looked for faster transmission. I worked in Manhattan Telecom at that time. Yeah, it was a big, 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 big thing. Then they came up with some sort of regulation that everybody had to have a certain length of fiber, I think, between their servers and the exchange. And that kind of killed that space race. Now it's still, right, they are getting their orders in infinitely faster than any human being could ever. But there was some sort of regulation that said, hey guys, you got to stop, paying millions of dollars to knock down a wall to move 5 feet closer to the exchange. So you're a couple milliseconds faster than the guy next to you. It was wild. It was a wild time. But it's one of those things, they're already set up, right? They're right next to the servers, which I believe are in New Jersey now. I think they moved them from New York, I think. But yeah, they're basically like co-located servers, right? And it's just one of those things I just don't, when I knew about that and when I read about that stuff, it's like I just don't want to fight those guys. So I'm not going to scalp, sub 1 minute or 1 minute time frames. I'm just going to go around them. And if they want to play their games, you can go right ahead. Do I recommend reading Flash Boys? Yeah, absolutely. I think I have it right on my bookshelf behind me here. I'm more of an audiobook person. I don't know if it has an audiobook. I think I actually read that one. But if it has an audiobook, it'd be a good read. I have listened to or read probably near 100 trading and financial rated books. Eventually, if you're a big audiobook guy, you get to be able to listen to like 2 or 2.5 times speed. And when I'm mowing the lawn or taking the dogs for a walk or walking around the woods or something, I'll have an audiobook in it and just tons of information. Now, the book series I always recommend are the Market Wizards series. There's 3 or 4 of them now, I think. Highly recommend the Market Wizards. So for those who don't know, it's Jack Schwager, I believe. And what he does is he's just well known as an interviewer of traders, and he interviews big name traders, the Paul Tudor Jones and George Soros and like all these big names. And to be even interviewed by him, he needs to see a track record to make sure it's all legitimate and all this stuff. But the beauty of it is that because each book is an interview with maybe 5 or 10 traders, you get to really listen to different people's trading styles. And this is why I always like when people come and say, hey, I just want to just tell me what to buy and sell, right? There's obviously never of any of those people reach the Market Wizard series, right? But they all have their own philosophies in the market. They all have their own things that they trade. They all have reasons that they trade them. And part of the beauty is it's all different, right? So you'll read about a guy who trades based purely off sentiment. The one that's called the New Market Wizards, or the Unknown Market Wizards, is the newest one. And there was a guy there. I follow him on Twitter. His name's Jason something, I believe. And he basically trades. He's a counter trend trader, and he trades sentiment. And then you'll hear about a guy who's a purely systematic trader that builds systems and back tests and then trades them. And then you'll hear about someone who trades futures and options and equities and being able to be exposed to kind of the wide breadth of what everyone's trading in styles. Yeah, Jason Shapiro. The wide breadth of what everyone's trading, that's cool. But then also within that, you start to see the similarities of it doesn't matter if you're trading sentiment on a daily time frame or breakouts on a weekly time frame, or your intraday trading trends or whatever it is. There's you get the commonalities between these things, and they are risk management. They are having their own trading plan that they built and works for them and sticking to it. And so you not only get the wide breadth of everything, which is great, but then you also get the similarities between all of the great traders and what it is that they all have in common. So those are amazing books, and I think there's 4 of them, and I think they're all audiobooks. And again, just fantastic book series. He uses Caught is, it's Position of Traders, but I just keep forgetting what the first name is. But yeah, basically he's very interesting, and there'd be no way to quantify his approach, right? But what he just does is he constantly searches for boats that are too heavy one way or the other, right? So, if everybody is long NVIDIA and they think NVIDIA is going through the moon, he would then look to trade NVIDIA. But it's interesting, even as someone who's not, he's not a technician, but he will still look for reversal days and reversal candles to match up with his thesis. I think I watched a YouTube video on him on the weekend, and I think he shorted the markets on the weekend. And his idea was simply that, people were commitment of trader reports. There you go. Yeah. He is very systematic, but I mean, it's not in a way that you could, I think you understand what I'm saying. It's not, you couldn't just put his system into a computer and have it output it. He's more of a, right, this is what the commitment of traders saying. And then, so if everybody is short, he's looking to buy. And if everybody is long, he's looking to sell, essentially. But when to actually do that, he waits for his main trigger is he wants to see what should be a positive news event equal negativity on the market, which is funny because um, that's a setup as old as time. And then same with the other way around. If something is supposed to be incredibly negative news and everybody is short the name and negative news comes out and the stock rallies, then he'll look to buy it. And um, so right, there's that bit of like, what do you define as positive news and blah blah. There's a lot of stuff to it, but again, the thing I love about his style and styles like him is that he's carved out his niche. He knows exactly what he's going to do. He says all the time that he's correct like 30 something percent of the time. But when his risk is so low on trades that when he can really size up. And he really kind of swings for the fences on these trades. So it's a very interesting thing. Who's the author of Flash Boys? Let me look it up. I don't know. Flash Boys.
Well,
I guess
Michael, in
yeah.
listening to you, I obviously know nothing about the markets. Nothing. I know nothing about market mechanics. I know nothing. I haven't read any of these books. I know nothing.
Yeah, but just like I was
It
talking with the other
is.
guy, you've carved out your niche. Oh,
Yeah,
Michael
yeah,
Lewis.
right.
Lee got you there.
Yeah.
Um,
No, but it is fascinating listening to you because we come at it in entirely different ways. I just caught sort of the tail end of your news comment and completely agree. I mean, by the time we see, if you had the time to look at the news, try to analyze what was happening, it's probably too late.
yes.
The only thing I do like about the news, and kind of what Leanne said, for instance, if I see in the pre-market that the CEO has been turfed and it was unceremoniously turfed, and the stocks are so, I'll probably look at that all day long as a potentially all day short, just in my head thinking this is like, or unless of course unless of course the stock pops. And I always say, imagine you're the CEO and you get turfed and the stock jumps 100%. How would you feel ego wise?
I remember, and this is actually, I think, the moment I stopped following the news is I was trading in the prop firm. I can't remember the name of the company, and that's gonna like bother me until the day I die. But we had back then, and I don't know if this was before your time or if you ever had one. We had what we called a squawk box, um, and that was basically hooked up to Dow Jones News Service. So the thing cost like $5,000 a month. It was insane. And basically it was somebody reading the news all day. And this was before HFTs and algos that could read the news.
Right.
So there was still kind of effective. And basically they would just read breaking news as it came out, And there was a company in which the CFO was indicted for fraud. And the entire prop firm I was sitting at, so this is a physical prop firm. There's 30 people in a room, 30 smelly dudes in a very tiny room. And of course, the entire
Except for you.
office, oh, of course, just the pinnacle of decorum and hygiene at
Right.
18. But yeah, of course, the entire floor punches up the stock and we all smack it short really, really hard because we're like, hey, the CEOs, the CFO is indicted for fraud. That's obviously a bad thing. And the stock ticked down maybe 1% and then just ripped. And it was the biggest losing day for myself personally in dollar amounts and
Oh.
the firm, because it ripped so hard that by the time you kind of punched out, you were devastated. And it was one of those things that you say, yeah, this is a no-brainer.
Hmm.
Especially at the time where there's no way that a system kind of got this before us. We were getting this right on the brink.
Hmm.
And then after that, I just go, what the hell? And that's when I remember there was one guy in the firm, I think, who didn't take the trade. And he kind of was like this Jason Shapiro guy that we were just talking about, where what he looks for is the exact opposite. So in your example, if he saw the news of the CEO getting axed and then the stock started to rally, he would punch in long. Um, and the idea basically being is that when these news events kind of flip, that's right when you can take your shot is when
Right.
yeah, these news events go, okay, it's time to take the other side of this. So for me, that would be, I think, a little bit more interesting of a play. But it's just, I don't know, just, and this is
All the plays have to be
personal.
looked on their own. I mean, I've not seen that. I've not actually seen. I mean, it's very rare. Number one, that a CEO gets fired. Usually, there's a transition plan and all that sort of stuff. But and we thank you very much for your effort. None of that when the
Yeah.
CEO fired. And I've not quite seen. Again, it could be a situation where, thank God he got fired. He was an idiot, and now now the stock might have some life. I get that, but most of the time, at least the day of, at least an hour. Okay, give me an hour.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
the thing
the
absolutely tanks because it's news that is not known ahead of time. Typically, because when you look at the chart, the stock might have been flatlining for weeks and months, and all of a sudden, kaboom! So this is sort of an unknown, something that happened that really took the market by surprise.
well, and like the one example is Tesla, right? The CFO left, and that's generally considered incredibly bearish because the CFO is they know where the bodies are buried, right? The So what would happen is if we got like an upside reversal day in the SPY, then you could go, okay, well, right, that is basically the point of it is that when the stock reacts negatively to good news, quote unquote, or positively to bad news, quote unquote, for me, that would be a much more interesting signal. Now, I just keep my life very simple and I just kind of ignore all of it. But that would be one way that I would take a look at news if I was following news. Like I don't even know what AMC's earnings was. Now maybe it was
Yeah.
okay, but
Well, it was okay.
um
I mean, comparatively speaking, it was okay. I mean, compared to July last year, July this year, sure. Barbie and the other one, Oppenheimer. I mean, it certainly helped the overall theater, but it's two movies out of thousands of people not going to movies. I mean, that's two movies, and it doesn't erase years and years and years of money losing.
yeah, and they're
It's a
still at
it's
this
a feel
point.
good story for a bit, but look at AMC now, and I'm actually a little surprised. I'm surprised the apes didn't try to prop it up a little bit more, but
I
not even
think
close.
I think they're out of steam, right? I think
Yeah.
you gotta think about if you were trying to prop up AMC, Bed Bath and Beyond, and GME,
Hmm.
you've lost everything in Bed Bath and Beyond, right? Because if you own any shares there, they're going to zero. The company released a letter to say so.
Not
Um,
according to Twitter or
yeah,
X.
yeah. So it's going to zero. So
Okay.
you're out of money there. AMC, you're down 90%.
Hmm.
Um, and then GME is the one that's holding on the best, but you're still down a bunch. So
Hmm.
it's so again, this particular one I wouldn't take a trade out of, but again, if it was good news, right, and you have this massive bearish reversal candle where it gaps up and then it closes kind of right at low, say it closes under 5,
Hmm.
to me that would be a pretty easy, right, let me punch in on the close under 5 and then put my stop just right at the high of the day at what 545 446, and that could be a pretty decent trade. But just knowing AMC and the 30% short float and all that, I just won't do that because right some craziness happens or something and
Yeah.
then all of a sudden it's at 10 and I've lost 100% of my value.
Hmm.
um just someone's asking about the first of all, the Bright Trading. Someone took Bright Trading. I wonder if you trade it with Triple D, who I know is a very big name trader and a fan of trade ideas.
I
Yeah,
um I recall Bright Trading. Didn't we have a filter or an alert based on Bright Trading?
yeah, they're Canadian. It's Canadian. Well, they may have US offices as well, but they do have Canadian offices. They're a very large and pretty prestigious prop firm. And then yeah,
Mhm.
Triple D, who's in Ontario, I think is just a really big name trader who's been the dude is just he posts his percentage gains every now and then
Mhm.
and just a grinder. Like never, I've made 100% or whatever, but always like I've made you know, a percent every week. But just don't think he's had a losing month in the last like 5 years or something crazy.
Oh, okay. Let's all
Um,
follow him.
he's just but
Do
he's
what
a
he does.
grind. He does he does like ETF and
Okay.
arbitrage and stuff like that. So it's
Okay.
like, you're trying to make like 10 cents on $1 million position, right? Just to kind of tweak
Mhm.
those out. Um, but no, it's interesting. And then the last thing, the relative weakness scan, I would just grab any of the scans that we have for things that are moving up or down and sort them by position and range. I don't have a back tested one though, and the reason I don't have a back tested one is because shorting for TI Strength is a swing trading product, and shorting from a swing trading point of view is just way harder because the market generally has an upward drift, right? So, I mean, swing trading from the long side is just generally easier. So, I could think of putting a TI Strength like reversed in there, but it just wouldn't be back tested because I don't think it would work well in the long run.
All right, Michael. And also, I mean, but probably most of the things you do are probably shortable, but then you always run into a situation where you can't short a stock because they're not available. Shares
Yeah,
aren't
and
available.
there's a lot
So,
of that. And again, just you hold long overnight, and if you're not on margin, you're not
yep.
going to get just completely murdered. You hold like Tilray you have up there, right? You
Hmm.
hold this thing short overnight, even though the stock is just a dumpster fire. But
Hmm.
Tilray could double overnight.
Hmm.
It could. It's probably
Well,
not gonna.
Michael, they are obviously changing their business from cannabis to liquor. I mean, I know you don't read the news, but seriously, I mean when they had their earnings a few days ago, it was because of their alcohol sales, and then today, the reason why it's up today is because I guess they bought eight eight or nine brands from Anheuser-Busch, so beer. So I mean, they're who knows? A year from now, they may be just an alcohol play.
Oh man, but there are some companies. I know you got to get back, but there are some companies now that are working combining CBD, which is the not
Hmm.
psychoactive part of weed, and booze, and they're promising drinking with no hangover. So the company that
Ooh,
does that, that's a $1 trillion
I was just
business.
going to say a $1 trillion business. Yep,
Easy.
it's funny.
All right, sir. I'll let you get
Okay,
back
thanks,
to it.
Michael. Thanks for the couple of days. I know yesterday wasn't your scheduled day, but thanks for filling in for Chris.
Oh, no
And
problem. I
okay.
Hey, I might be in tomorrow. I don't know when Steve comes back, so
Oh, true. I
you
think
might
he
not
said
be done
back
with
on
me yet.
Wednesday, but yeah, you never know.
All right.
Okay,
Talk to you soon.
thanks. Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Let me get rid of my message and get my music going. Just give me 1 second. Can't do this without music, guys. Ah, there it is. Okay, so what am I looking at? Well, I'm actually short Sear right now, guys. CERE. I don't know what it's going to do. I mean, obviously, I don't know what it's going to do for sure, but I am short Sear, CERE, right around that 2182 mark. It showed up. It showed up here, and this was one that was actually rebounding quite a bit, but now I showed up at 1242 while I was on the break. So I actually got it at 2181, I guess. Yeah, 2181. So I'm short that. And the reason I would be short that is because when you look left, of course, the next low is 2035. This has been a beaten up stock over the last 4 days. And yes, it had a little resurgence today, but looks like reality is sort of setting in a bit. And that's it. I see this one just showed up. RXST is just showed up on the option scanner. 2872. So it's got some room to the next low looking left. Another earnings play. It's positive for the day, but it's starting to drift down. And William, I know you mentioned you jokingly said so much for those downgrades for Sage today. Yeah, no kidding. I think there were 3 that I saw, and just because I only saw 3, there could have been many more. I'm just looking at what briefing.com had this morning, and I saw 3, including Goldman, with a downgrade of Sage. But so that worked a little bit in the pre-market, but once the market opened, look out. It just ripped 16. I mean, that there's a $2.30 move from the bottom for Sage. Yeah, this Sibin, did it really move? This is just as I was taking my break. Happened at 11:58. Sibin, SIBN. The alert was at 2086. Yeah, this I hope so. I hope you guys kept looking at this because this got the room coming down. Now, having said that, I mean, there was the alert at 2086, and then after that, it did get up to 2125, but gave the opportunity. Now, this card, sorry guys, I know I'm all over the place here. This Cardiff showed up here in the momentum up, and it's showing up in the option scanner also. Showed up at 216, the price at 1242, the time. So there's 216 and now 232, and it's got a ton of room. I mean, look at the room this has got on the weekly chart, 331 in the weekly chart. Yeah, with the Sear, I mean, I'm looking, if it gets back on the 2180s, I'm out. That's basically I'm short at 2181. So I'm just waiting to see if it just can kind of cruise down a little bit more. CERE. Yeah, I understand that one, John. I've heard that before. I guess all we're trying to do though is, put the odds a little bit in our favor rather than a pure coin flip. Just a little bit in our favor. That's all. Looking for the resistance areas or support areas, things like that. You can ask KP, you can ask questions about the tool. If I can answer, I will. If I can't, I'll direct you somewhere else. Okay. There's a question in our YouTube room. Is this where you ask questions about the TI tool? Okay, so you want to know how to select pre-market and market hours in an alert window. Okay, well, first of all, in order to get anything happening in the pre-market, the one thing I would do, I'm not so sure I would use an alert window. I would probably use a top list window, number one. But if you do want to use an alert window, if I right click configure in the alert window and I type in search, if I click on the search and I type in pre, so you can get the pre-market highs and pre-market lows as real-time alerts. Okay. I mean, that's typically what people, if they have an alert window, that's typically what they're looking for, pre-market highs and pre-market alerts. Okay. Number one. So you'll have your alert window and then you construct it with maybe the price range that you like, maybe a minimum volume that you want to see. If you I probably wouldn't use too many other filters, to be honest, because you don't want to limit because there's not that many. I mean, there are enough companies that are releasing or doing stuff in the pre-market. So, but I would want to make sure you had a minimum volume. But the thing is, are you new to trade ideas? I'm sorry, are you new to the market? Also, if you are, wow, look at SEER from you guys now, right on. If you're new to the market, I would just stay away from the pre-market. Okay. But I mean, if you're comfortable trading in the pre-market, and these are the two real-time alert filters, okay? But this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, you're not new to TI, okay? This is what I use in the pre-market. Okay. I'm much more into the top lists. Okay. And I've got my pre-market actors up and my pre-market actors down. So this is not going to tell me, exactly when a stock makes a new high or new low, but ultimately what I'm really interested in, and I mean it's still running now. I mean, but I don't look at this once the market opens. But what I ultimately I'm doing is I'm looking for the stocks that have had the biggest pop in the pre-market. So I can't remember what it was. I think a stock called BURU. I think that was probably one of the bigger ones. Not that it's done anything now, but looking at the change from the close of yesterday. So I sort on that column to begin with to see the stocks that have moved the most since yesterday's close. Excuse me. And on the flip side, the ones that have moved down the most since yesterday's close. So this is what I tend to concentrate on. Okay. And in order to make sure it does work in the pre-market, you just right click and click on the time frame. So again, right click on the alert window. And I'm sharing these two, by the way. I am sharing these two. So if I right click and go to the time frame and make sure I have live always, then you will see, the pre-market and after hours, as opposed to live during market hours, in which case you would only see from 9:30 to 4 Eastern time. Okay. So that's what I would use. I do have a gap up scanner in the pre-market, but it's more, I don't even know really why I have it still, but just to look at it, all it is just, the pre-market highs, with a few filters in place. So does that kind of answer your question? Or if I haven't answered, I will continue. The alert windows, of course, will work all during market hours. There's nothing to pick. In other words, when you look here, there's not a differentiation between market hours and the pre-market or post-market. The only one that has a differentiation are the top list windows. So if you wanted those two, as an example, if you did want them, you can just click on my homepage link. Okay, you click on my homepage link, and you'll be brought to. Okay, you'll be at the top here. Okay, just scroll down until you see my scans, and click here, and there they are. The pre-market actors up and down. Just one moment, please. And of course, I have other scans there. All right, guys, I'm going to do a video now. So the time right now is 13:16, 1:16. So I'll be back at about 1:27. It should not take me that long, but just in case. Oops, let me get rid of this. Okay, putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Can you get a sound check, please? I'm not getting any sound from my headset, but I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me. Okay, great. Okay, I have to figure out why I'm not getting excuse me, my music. Just give me one moment. Guys, still in the sear, just watching it, hoping it maybe gets into the 50s with any luck and the high 2140s. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. CRDF. Did it keep going? I wanted to see if it kept going. I'm not in this one, but this one had a ton of room. And the answer is not yet, anyway. All right, guys, let's see. Anything interesting here? What the DSP? What is it doing right now? DSP? No, what an ugly weekly chart. Choppy, 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 up, down, up, down. So Beyond, I was actually waiting to see if Beyond Meat could take out 13. Did not do it. Now this one, NAAS, not an earnings play. I know it's a China stock. You know what? I want to just see what KWeb is doing, just overall China. Not that this little one should be affected, but I just want to see what KWeb is doing. Yeah, it's still kind of, well, it's down for the day, but just kind of, meandering around in this area. 2 o'clock, guys. I'll probably pop into the marketing meeting today. So in about half an hour, I'll be on mute for a little bit, just hear what they got to say. All right, Sear. Every time I see Sear up here, that's good for me. CERE. Seeing a lot of these today, these earnings plays that got hammered in the pre-market or hammered a little bit in the pre-market were way down, and now they're just recovering all day long. I mean, maybe a little bit with the market, I suppose, but seeing a lot of this happening today. Beyond Meat was another one. I was hoping that Beyond Meat would take out 13, but it did not. It got right up to 13. I was kind of hoping it would and go on a run. In fact, what I'll do is I'll just put a little alert at around 12.99 and see if it takes it out later on. So, William, you went long TDC, I'm assuming. And this just continues. So this was the one. How come I didn't see this one? 55 to 46. I mean, I did sort of see it, but it didn't really do much in the pre-market. Always interesting to me. I mean, look at how it was trading before earnings. Look at the few days, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks before. No big clue this was going to happen. I suppose the conference call, yeah. I guess what if they did have a conference call TDC, it didn't work. Okay, guys, I have covered some of this here now. I'm just, watching to see if I could take out that 2160, and it's just sort of struggling. So I've covered some of the sear, short 2181, covered some of the 2162 area. Still holding out for maybe a bigger break if it happens. Lucid's on the move here, guys. LCID. Some of you guys follow Lucid, LCID. Again, though, coming into probably a lot of resistance right around 6 now. This is a new one, a new entry into the option scanner, ENLC. So what's the first thing we do? Hands up. Look left. So looking left, 1294. So there was definitely room on the daily and weekly chart. So now, and it's not an earnings play, actually. It's not an earnings play. Well, this was an early short for RNG from my 10-day daily breakdown. And now, of course, it's showing up in the option scanner. Look at but anyway, ENLC, I got to take a look at this. So after hours high was 1225. What's the spread like? Actually, it's pretty good. Good volume, big float, 234 million in the float, 0.4 million have traded, 3 times normal. The auction volume has exploded. Look at this, 109 times normal. 64,000 contracts a day, which is 109 times normal. So the auction volume has just absolutely exploded. This has to be watched, guys. It's just sort of hanging around 1221, 1222. This is ENLC. And again, looking left, there's room to about 13. We're not saying it's getting there, but at least we don't have to worry about chart resistance. Boy, RNG just getting hammered again on earnings, and the original alert was at $33, 33.07. So it's not quite moved a dollar yet. They have a little pop up, but now it looks like the direction is pretty solid now. Yeah, my problem right now with this ENLC is the volume has just dried up. And the spread is fine. It's only a penny. A lot of times you see the volume dry up and you see a wider spread, but it's still just a penny. Not necessarily. I mean, Adrian, what you have to look at is the short float percent. So, I mean, a lot of times when it's a low float stock, it's because people, let's face it, what a low float stock is. Usually, it's they've done a lot of reverse splits, etc. So, you'll get a lot of traders just shorting it, and if it is shortable, but it's not 100%. What I'd be looking at is the short float percent, okay, to see what percent of the float is short. So if it's pretty low, more than likely you're not going to get a short squeeze. More than likely. And yeah, more than likely. I mean, it depends on what you're talking about a large float. I mean, obviously like Apple but look at Tesla. Tesla in the early days. Tesla was, in fact, is it still? Oops. Why don't we have short float information for Tesla? I don't know. I mean, there's going to be, but in the early days when Tesla was just running and running and running and had a big float, but there were so many people so negative about it, and they got killed. They got killed. So I'd be looking at the short float percent anyway. All right, guys. There's the SIBN. SIBN. I mean, it's got room underneath. I'm just too late. Just as I was taking my break. This was a really good one to keep watching, guys. 11:58, 2086, 2037 now. But I was just had this happen maybe half an hour earlier, probably would have been in it. Met all my everything I like about it, just underneath the whole number. Look left, lots of room. But I was taking my break. Seems low too. I mean, there's been a lot of short covering, of course, over the last few years, John, but that seems a little low. 3.3. Where did you get that information for the short float percent for Tesla? I mean, it used to be wild. Invis, okay. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just reading internally. TDS, guys, continues. What a nice. Once it got through all this, what a nice, basically unstoppable until 1656. Had a little pullback there on that red candle, but continues to make this little assault. Now, the next high looking left looks like on the daily chart is 1688, and on the weekly chart, 1729. USM, guys, sort of the same as TDS. Very similar to TDS. And their earnings play a couple of days ago. Same sector, right? Yeah, same sector. Maybe there's a tie-in. I don't know. JP Morgan upgraded the stock from neutral to overweight. I wonder what the actual price, if they actually put a price on it. Ah, here we go. Overweight with a target of 52. Wow. I didn't see that this morning. Again, guys, if you're reading this or listening to me and thinking, well, if JP Morgan says this is going to 52, I guess I should just buy everything or sink everything I've got into this. No. Okay. But there's no question that that upgrade and news from JP Morgan today has immensely helped this stock, USM. Now, the other thing is that float is insanely low for a $38 stock. 13 million in the float. Very low. Yeah, Beyond Meat is now trying to test 13 again. You know what? This is almost like that news from JP Morgan is really catching here. It didn't just happen. I see it 7:40, 7:40 Eastern time. Oh, they may have, Adrian. I have no idea. They may have in a bigger report that I'm prepared to look at, but you know, if you went to their website, JP Morgan's website, they might have something, but no, this is just a headline I'm looking at. I'm sure they're going to have some reason, but what that reason is, I don't know. Boy, this thing is just not moving. ENLC is just not moving. Holding the VWAP. That's the best thing we can say. 1217 is the VWAP, so it's holding the VWAP. Ah, you know what might be interesting right now, guys, is MRVI. MRVI breaking down through the whole number of 11. The only issue I've got is that VWAP is at 1066. I wish it weren't that close, but this might be starting to give it up though. Again, at one point this was an all-time low when it was down here as an earnings play. It got hammered down. It recovered beautifully all day long. But maybe now it's just for fun. Take the short in the simulator. 300. Lots of shares available. Yeah, Beyond Meat, BYND, is just teasing at 13. Now, this NKTR, I think, was super active yesterday. I think it popped over $1. Obviously, it came back down. No, it closed at so it's at yesterday's, not yesterday's high, but yeah, so it's at yesterday's close right now, NKTR. It did spike up to $1.12 or so. I think there may have been a reason, but I can't remember. I don't want to lose sight of this. So there's the next high looking left, the two today on the daily chart. Okay, and it was yesterday, and now today. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around 1226 and see if we can finally break out of there. Okay, and that's for the NLC, and then see if it can start to fill in this little area here. Okay, Vico, I think is showing up also. Another late one from the option scanner. So what's Vico? VECO earnings play. Not a great spread. 30-21, 30-29. Nice breakout on the daily. You can see it held the VWAP down here. And looking left, I don't know where the next high is. So let's take a look at a monthly chart. Well, there is a daily high, 31.25. 31.25 is the next daily high. So there's about an hour, but $1 till it hits the next daily high for VECO. And there it goes, guys. Spread isn't great, 31.37, but there it goes. There it goes, the VECO, VECO. Hmm. Well, this is interesting. I'm trying to short MRVI in my real account, and I'm not getting a fill. Lots of shares, 3.4 million. Is it possible this was down 10% yesterday? And that uptick rule is still in effect, even though it's not down 10% now? Yeah, I'm not, they will not fill me. I'm going to look at it a little bit later if it takes out the VWAP, 1066. Depends on the price of the stock, Mello. But, 1 cent is a very healthy spread, of course, but it really depends on the price of the stock. If you look at Apple, it had a 10-cent spread or a 15-cent spread, not the end of the world. If you look at, MRVI with a 10 or 15-cent spread, not good because of the price. So a lot of times what will happen is I'll look at the spread and I'm also looking to see how active it has been. I mean, there will be times where I'll look at maybe even a 20-cent spread, depending on the price of the security. But with an IB, I can pick a midpoint. I can ask them to try to find me a midpoint. Sometimes I get a decent fill, but I'm also banking on the fact that, you know, the spread, because maybe I'm, I have a bit of a feel for the stock, and maybe I'm thinking that the stock can have a decent enough move that even paying like 15 cents on the spread is not going to kill me. The other thing too is depending on the time of the day. At the beginning of the day, you can get, even on a stock that trades a lot, you can kind of get a bad spread at the beginning of the day when it's very volatile. Because I know that TDS was a lot worse than this. It was never a penny when I was in it. But there it is now, 63.60, a penny spread later on in the day. They're not all going to be, what's HPE doing? Here's another one, HPE, Hewlett Packard, 1 cent spread. Typically, when you have like one, two, like a lot on the float, usually the spread is relatively tight. All right, guys. Wow, TDS just continues. SIBN. I should be in this one, man. Oh man, what a great setup. SIBN. Timing is everything, though. It happened when I was just taking my break, so I'm very protective of my break. Yeah, I mean, we have a spread filter also. You can, at the time of the alert, you can set a. We do have a spread filter. So if you only wanted to see stocks at the time of the alert, and say it was no more than a 5 cent spread, you can do it. We do have a spread filter. The problem with it, though, is that what would be more helpful is the average spread, that a stock has, maybe even on the day of. Because the problem with having using the spread filter and say 5 cents, you could get in it, and then the next second it could widen to 20 cents, depending on the type of company it is in terms of the float. And but that's what I look at. I mean, the first thing I look at, I check my single stock window, and then I check this. And this is from Interactive Brokers, guys. This is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. It tells me how rapidly something is trading, of course, and it gives me the spread. Because if I'm going to take a trade, I'm looking at my other monitor anyway. So you guys were talking about RXRX earlier. I think it's making another new high. Yeah. Wow. Now, the reason why it's not showing up for any one of my scans is the 0.61 relative volume. So that's the reason it's not showing up. No, so Mello, I don't use the spread filter on my scans. No. And for the reason I said, because yeah, at the time of the alert, maybe the spread was okay, but a half a second later, it could have widened. So I'm always going to be looking. When I get an alert, I'm just going to look over here. and see what the spread is, see what it looks like. You know, sometimes you see it widen, narrow. So the spread filter for me doesn't help. Because remember the spread filter, yes, you say use 5 cent maximum at that, and you get an alert. At the time of the alert, it was 5 cents. You could click on the alert and check the chart, and then you could, check to see what the spread is. It could be 10 cents now, it could be 15 cents now. It could still be 5 cents or less, but it's not going to, it doesn't help me. All right, guys, I am going to put myself on mute now. Head over to this marketing meeting, seeing if there's anything interesting they're talking about. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself right now. back and I took a little loss on the Beyond Meat. I was really anticipating this one. It might start to run. I got in at, I get in at 1305, and it started running a bit, just a little bit. Got up to what 1313. Didn't sell anything. Came back down to 1305, and I basically got out around 1301. So took a little loss on the Beyond Meat. I may take another attempt if it gets back up to 1313. Look at the market, guys. We've had a pretty decent trend now for almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 2.5 hours. Boy, I'm not in this one. I feel like I should have been in this one. 2750. This is ARWR. The next low looking left is 2511. So that's $2 away on the weekly. Really, Brush is on the move after their reverse split last week. BRSH. Yeah. All right. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Not that I can see, but yeah, it's just now a I mean, look at that float. If that is really correct, 87,000 shares. I'm just going to do another check. Yeah. Well, another site has 400. I mean, yeah, it's hard to believe that it would be really that. Another site has 430,000. That's probably more like it. Regardless, it is crazy low. And halted on the way up. This is just showing up now, guys, on the option scanner. ARWR just showing up now on the option scanner. Very late. And the reason being, yeah, there are a couple of reasons. The option volume today is 159%. My cutoff, my cutoff has to be at least 150. So it must have just got there now. Relative volume is 3.4. It has to be 3. So both of those might have just got hit now, especially this one. Yeah, Brush just opened. So again, no reason other than probably some Reddit group has got a hold of this one and said, guys, let's do this one today. Because there's no news on this one. Did the reverse split last week. The next high custom filter, you mean a custom filter that you, um, the only reason I will have no explanation. The only time I know it's supposed to show up is if a stock makes a new high for the day. But you're trying to say, for instance, if you have the next high, I don't think it works that way. When you say you have the next high custom filter, what do you mean exactly? You created one or just using the what do you mean by the next high custom filter? Okay, so yeah, so it has to. Okay, I know the one you're talking about. In fact, I think I gave it. Well, I know I gave the room it. Um, in fact, it's right here. This this is the formula, but the stock has to make a new high for you to see it. Okay, so for instance, look at. Okay, I mean this is crazy. So for instance, yeah, it has to make a new high for the day, and then it looks left on the daily chart. Okay, because if it's an intraday, you're not going to see okay, let's take a look at Brush as an example. Let's just say it made a new high right up here at 472. Then it can look left. It can look left and see where the next high in the daily is. Okay. But if you're seeing it right there at 409, on a pullback, it's not going to show the next high because that is the next high is the high of today. So the way I used to use this is okay, stock makes a new high for the day. Where is the next high at that time when the stock? And in fact, this is the filter. I didn't realize I had it in here yesterday, or because I was going to give people this, but this is the formula. Well, not the formula, but this U28 refers to. So I wanted to see the next high, the distance to the next high and low was at least 50 cents away when I got the new high for the day alert. Well, you still have to look left. Okay. It's just that instead of, okay, stock makes a new high. Well, I suppose it does. Okay. You're sort of right. Stock makes a new high. In this particular case, I know it's at least 50 cents. Well, in this case, it's a low. It's at least 50 cents away from the next low looking left. I'd have to get what time is it? 2:23. Well, let me just show you. Yeah, so this is obvious. So when ADTN, when ADTN made a high at 764 right here, the filter that's in here says, don't show me this new high unless the next high looking left is at least 50 cents away. Okay. That's what that filter that's what that custom filter does. So if you so as opposed to so in other words, if the next high looking left had it been like at I don't know 770, I wouldn't see the alert. If all that makes sense. But I had forgotten I actually put that in there. I've never used it as a column. I've never even tried. So you're saying using the let me just see what would happen if I added that. Because you see, to me, it doesn't matter what the actual number is. If I'm using this, if I'm using this, then I know, and I'm using what you're doing. I know that I won't see the alert unless it's 50 cents away. I still have to click on it. I'm still going to click on it. I don't care what that number is. I'm still going to click on it always just to visually see what's happening. So here's Gree, for instance. Okay, so I look at Gree, just showed up. Uh, so that didn't work. Okay, that did not work because the next high looking left is less than 50 cents away. So I may have I may have changed that filter. But to be honest, I don't really use it that way. I'm always going to click on the alert. I always want to see what happens when I look left. What does the term looking left mean? So Lori in our YouTube room. So what the way I trade is that most of the things that I see are near the highs of the day, okay, or the lows of the day. So, but if I want to go long something, yeah, boy, EVBG is just firing here. So greed. Okay, so I get a real time alert that greed just made a new high. Okay, for the day, it's at 690. The first thing I do is I look left on the daily chart. Where is the next high on the daily chart? Okay, so I can see right there. It's at 711, 712. Okay, 712 is the next high looking left. If all of these prices were below the current price, so everything was down here, then I start looking left on a weekly chart just to check to see where the next high is. And why that's important to me is that, for instance, I probably wouldn't take this trade because I feel that 712 is too close to 690. And I'm always, I've seen it just time and again where even one day of a high can stall a stock from moving more. So I would, if I were truly interested in this, I'd probably wait for it to take that out. Then I look left, and now 756 is the next high. That's for me, that would be far enough away from 712. So that is for me what looking left is all about. Just look left, look left, because I just all I'm trying to do is take out one reason why a stock won't keep moving higher if I want to go long out of the equation. Okay. Doesn't mean just because if I look left and the next high was 860 and the stock's at 690, it doesn't mean it's clear sailing. Or just go, oh well, I'm just going to get there. If that were the case, well, you know what? I wouldn't be doing this. You guys wouldn't be doing this. We'd all be sitting on our island somewhere. Okay, but it just takes one reason why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. Okay, so yeah, that's why you always hear me say look left. Now I can look left intraday. If a stock is sort of based a bit and I've seen some kind of maybe a pattern that I like, then I'll be looking left on the 15-minute chart to see, well, where is the next high in the 15-minute chart? Okay. If it's far enough away, because that is where I would think maybe the big resistance is. Again, just the way I sell or sell trade. So you look left on EVBG right now if I wanted to short this. So I'm looking left over here, and it looks like the next low is about the same, 22. Where did it get to? Just like, see, this got down to 2244. Okay. And what is looking left? 24, I'm sorry, 2250. So, very close. Now, I'm not saying this is going to stall it completely, but it might stall it for a while. I've just seen it happen too many times that even just one day of a low, doesn't matter where it is. Now, within reason, I'm not going to go back 10 years, to see some higher low that might affect it. No. So the market is, nice little recovery on the market. I mean, the Dow is still down quite a bit, Nas is down quite a bit, but nice little recovery on the market. Maybe we'll test that 450 again today, maybe. And the RNG continues to make new lows. This was an early alert from the 10-day daily breakdown, yes. And then later, in the option scanner, so this is what I'm talking about. See, not too many alerts, guys. Very manageable on the breakouts and the breakdowns. Not too many. A few more on the option plays because we're in earnings season. A lot of these companies are all they if they do trade options, they generally will have abnormal option activity the day they release earnings. Generally, but you can see the RNG right there at 9:50 the time, 33.07 potential short, and then later on at 12:56, so almost like 3 hours later. 3 hours later at 32.40, hadn't really moved that much. Now, if you're wondering, well, why? It's always a filter. And I can almost, it probably wasn't until, see the option volume today at 239%. In other words, trading 2.3 times normal. Probably my minimum member is 150%, one and a half times normal. So it probably didn't hit that 150% until, oops, until that time right there at 12:56. Now, the other thing is that, in fact, that's probably not the only reason. Yeah, you see, we had a low back here at 10 o'clock, right there. And so then it had to pop up. So for it to hit the option scanner later, it had to take that low out. Remember, these are all time, not all, they're intraday lows that are triggering the actual result or the actual alert. Hopefully this is not too confusing, but there's always a reason why, people say, well, how come it didn't show up earlier? So this is your brush now, Grumpy. Definitely a delayed reaction to its reverse split. And there is no news that I can see. A lot of times they'll do a reverse split and then they'll try to pump out any sort of a press release, anything to get people a little bit interested. I don't see anything. Oh, I see. So you told us all to buy it last week. We had a bunch of them. MOBQ. Let's see if what MOBQ. I think that had a reverse split yesterday. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, I think the reverse split was for yesterday. Yeah, so I mean, it hasn't done anything yet. Okay, so again, these reverse splits, they can go crazy for a day or two. Usually there'd be some kind of a press release. I'll just pump that out there. Well, the only thing about a short squeeze is I don't know how many people actually can short this. Okay, so I mean, I know I can at Interactive Brokers. There are no shorts available. So I mean, for me to be a true short squeeze, number one, it would have to have a big short float percent, and I think it has to be widely available. But that's just me. Well, once we're out of earnings season, guys, and maybe next week, we don't have that many companies. We're going to start to see more plays like this. Traders will turn their attention to these crazy little ones. Well, so this BKD actually, it's an earnings play too. Something's going on with my single stock window. All right, I'll have to say, okay, Tilray, $3, TLRY, $3. All right, guys. So what time is it now? 2:43. So getting closer to winding the room down. But before I do that, you know what I'm going to do? Talk a little bit about my the never again. Probably. Yeah, I know. You were talking about Tilray. I know. Okay, so there is my homepage link. Click on it, and this is what you're going to see. Whoops, not that. You'll be at the top here. Promo code for a subscription, 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take on an annual, I can give you 25%. You just have to let me know. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through 10 short videos. Talks about how you download the program, your first startup and login. Takes a look at alert windows and top list windows. You must do this to start, okay? I mean, it is a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve, but you'll frustrate yourself completely if you just think, well, what am I looking at? Well, at least do the get started. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, great course. Michael Noss put this together. He was in our YouTube room today and yesterday between 12 and 1. Stock of the day video. You can sign up for this. This is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Again, here are my scans, guys. You want my scans? Here they are. Okay. You don't have to, you can take a look at them. These are the ones that I really pay attention to, the breakdowns, breakouts, and the option plays. This is what I use in the pre-market. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my link. Let's keep the room free. This is a free room, so the room gets credit for the subscription if you do if you do use my link, and the company likes to see that, to keep the room free. So if you save my homepage link, then at some point in the future you want to take out a subscription, great. But also if you have a subscription right now, you can take a look at scans at any time and this education section. So just save my homepage link somewhere. All right, guys. So again, I'll probably be shutting down around 3 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are questions. So good time to ask questions if you have any. Boy, D Dog did nothing. Had earnings and then just sat there all day. D Dog, at least what I'm saying anyway. Yeah, look at this. Just sat there all day, just on top of that VWAP. Big collapse on earnings, but just really did nothing. Wow, RNG now. I mean, 31.41. If this takes this out, we've got a couple of lows looking left. This should be interesting to watch this one tomorrow because if it takes these little lows out, I mean, it could get down to 25. Well, who knows if they just completely transform themselves into a reseller of alcohol. Your next high looking left on the weekly is 321, and that is for the TLRY. A little information about it's now 98% from its all-time high of 214. But that doesn't take into account what it did in the pre-market. Oh, closing high, sorry. Because this stock actually got up to $300. October of 2018 when Canada legalized cannabis in our country. Let's just bring up a monthly chart for fun. There we go. 300, and literally to the penny. $300 right there. That was September of 2018. So there's October. That's when it all started. $300, man. Then it closed here, 144. And then, all right, looked like it was going to run again, 178, got up to 178. And then it closed down here under 100. And from there on, it's just done nothing. I don't really look for short squeezes, Green. Okay. I'm not actually looking for short squeezes. But I mean, for it to be a short squeeze, you probably have to have a high short float percent. Okay. A high, I would say minimum 15%. If it's a low float, probably it's going to help because, a low float is going to be very volatile on its own. And then you need some news. You probably need some news, but not always. Like the brush, we don't see any specific news for it, but rest assured, there's some group somewhere that is pumping the heck out of it. Well, and then why short sell is available because if well, okay, first of all, if it's a high short float percent, more than likely most brokers will have some shorts available. Depends on the float though, because some low float stocks, I mean, I can only look at Interactive Brokers. Brush, for instance, has no shorts available. A lot of times, after a stock does a reverse split, it'll be a while before shorts are available at Interactive Brokers. But if you're talking about stocks like or brokers like Centerpoint and Cobra, Trade Zero. They kind of specialize in having shorts available. You pay for them though. I mean, there'll probably be. I don't know what the cost would have been to borrow this if they've been borrowable. But it's not. No, it's not important to the strategy. It's just sort of a. How can I say it? It's a. If I want, well, if I, in fact, if I wanted to go long, something like this and I saw that there are hardly any shorts available, that would help, right? Because there's not going to be a lot of selling pressure by many brokerages having shorts available to short this and driving the price down. Yeah, and as Real said, I don't have like a squeeze strategy or anything like that. I just glance to see what the short float percent is, what the float is, and that's about it. And then I let the chart tell me what's happening. Yeah, there is a short squeeze channel or a high flow channel. We do have one like that, but again, I don't use it. Not that I'm sure it's probably pretty good, but I don't use it. Short squeeze it's called. You can take a look at it. Let's see what the filter is. Yeah, so the short float is at least 10% of the total float. Okay, that's there. But the thing is that the stocks we see here and the momentum up and down, typically they will be low floats. Not because I have a filter in place to make it low, but generally speaking, there's only one way a stock can really be ripping, and a big percent, and that is all to do with the float. You're not going to see Apple moving typically anyway, 50 or 60% a day in a day. Because again, remember what the float is. The float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. You take all the You take the total shares outstanding and now in a typical stock like an Apple, you take the total number of shares outstanding. So let's take a look at Apple. Yeah, I mean, there's Apple up 0.23%. I mean, obviously not interesting to me. But there's the float, 15.7 billion in the float. There are more shares outstanding than that. So how to get that float number is you take the total number of shares outstanding and you start subtracting what all the C-suiters own, the CEO, the CFO, the COO, etc., because those guys cannot trade their shares on a daily basis. And you usually subtract some of the big mutual funds who are not going to be trading Apple on a daily basis. So you start subtracting all those numbers, and that gets you the float. Okay. Now, in a crazy one like this, VRSH, I mean, you might have to start subtracting the C-suiters. There are no mutual funds in this, but and that 87,000, I don't believe. I think it's more like 450,000. Very, very, very low. Understand that anything under a million is crazy low, crazy low. And so the only reason a stock like this can be up 66%, especially with no news, is because remember the float is the available number of shares, so that's the supply. And when you have high demand, 4.6 million shares, 158 relative volume, 158 times normal. So when you have high demand, low supply, what happens? So just like any other commodity on earth, the price goes up. But understand the flip side. Once the demand dries up, you see if you see all of a sudden the volume just tails away, and that's when people will scramble like mad to get out of it. And sometimes that's really tough because it's going down so quickly. So you may have a stop in place, but it may blow right through your stop. Let's say you had 1,000 shares of this, and you have a stop at I don't know. Let's say 521. Well, it could get down to 521 and then blow right through 521 so quickly that you wouldn't get all your 1,000 out. So that's why you cannot wander away from your computer. When you're in a low float stock. Look at the market, guys. This is a big, big green bar right there. I was kind of kidding, thinking maybe it get back to 450 today, but it might. Yeah, I know that's dilution tracker is at 437, 430,000. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know where our provider is getting 87,000. I will say this, that it's very difficult to really nail down, the actual number in one of these ones that have done reverse splits, these real cheap ones. All I want to know is, are we in the ballpark? This is not really. I mean, that's crazy. 87,000. All right, guys, 258 and a half. Are there any other questions? Well, historically, Brush did not go nuts. You're not looking at this 100. This did not get up to $100. You know that. Brush historically has not gone nuts. It was a terrible IPO. This is just split adjusted that price. No, no, it never hit 100 the way you're thinking. This is just split adjusted that it's at 100. I think before the split, I think the high was around $5. And then from that IPO day, I mean, it IPO'd. So it IPO'd, it looks like right back here. It IPO'd the week of, yeah, about a year ago, August of last year. It IPO'd, yeah, last year. And I think the IPO price was around $4 or $5. It may have poked its head up, maybe a dollar ahead of that, and then it just sunk. I don't think it went nuts. I don't think it went nuts the day of the IPO, Grumpy. I may be wrong, but Like it's not one of those IPOs that came out at 4 and went to 20. It definitely did not do that. Well, I'll tell you what was the ratio? What was the ratio? Do we have it? Look, that's arrow. Give me a moment. Anybody remember what the ratio, the reverse split ratio was for brush? Thank you. Okay. So, so 25 to 1. So right there is 100. So that was like 4. That's equivalent to being 4. I seem to remember the IPO was priced at 4 and it never even got there. Well, it might have got there for a second, but there it is. In fact, I don't think it got to 4. I think it just went underneath a little bit. Good paradox. Yes. Okay, guys. So any other questions? So it opened at 2. Yeah, I remember. And I thought that when they talk about what the projected open's going to be, I thought it was a $4. I thought it was $4. And I don't even think it got there. I was excited about that one. I thought, okay, this could, because a bit of a name, everybody knows. But I think their model, I mean, I think a subscription model for electric toothbrushes. I don't know exactly. Divide that by 25. Yes. Hey, but let's not. I mean, look, that's a great trade. I mean, we can only trade what we see currently. All right, guys. I think that's it. I don't see any other questions, so I think we'll start wrapping this up now. Definitely a more entertaining day for me anyway than yesterday. Let's say you guys are talking about IAS partnering with Xerox with US Steel. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. Yeah, I mean, needs to move a lot more multiple wise. Yes. All right, guys. Thanks for all the help as usual all day long. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock tomorrow, AM, of course. You know what? Tomorrow's Wednesday, isn't it? Just a minute. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, there we go. Okay, guys, thanks again for all the help. The room will open tomorrow. Main room no later than 8 o'clock, so you can talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9. Usually earlier. William usually opens it up earlier, but certainly no later than 8. And then I get live on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. Okay, so have a great evening, and we'll see you then. And the people in YouTube, I will shut you guys down now.